Now, say my name.
Heisenberg.
You're goddamn right.
Gonna say my name this week. Definitely. Oh, let the surprises begin. Every time I'm doing videos, I start late. But I think you'll appreciate the effort. You get the men you deserve. This is the future that feminism created. Live from Reno, Nevada, this is the Rational Male.
Imagine that you sleep casually with 100 women in a 6-month period, or a 3-month period for that matter, or a 3-week period. I don't care. Pick your time.
Men care about a woman's body count.
Do you? People actually care about that shit?
Men in general.
If a man is asking me a body count, he can get
Wow.
Who gives a Oh my god, that's so stupid. People actually ask that shit?
Yes.
Okay, well then you're talking to the wrong man. If a man is ever asking about your body count, you're talking to the wrong man, and he can get like, that's so stupid.
Time frame. And you're ecstatic with yourself because you've been validated by this opportunity. And I'm not making light of that. It's not nothing to be attractive to women like that. It's really something to be attractive to women like that.
I think body count matters. If you're with a guy and he fucked the whole city before you, what are you thinking? What are you doing?
I have such a double standard with body count because with guys, I'm like, if he's like all over town having sex with every girl, that definitely like turns me off. But if a girl's doing it, like, I don't really think it's that big of a deal. if that makes sense.
And I also don't think it does your soul any good, because the problem with treating other people as casual sexual partners, let's say, is that you also treat yourself that way simultaneously.
Independent females are so undervalued. She doesn't need you. She just wants you. She's gonna do her own thing with or without you. And that's what you call a fucking queen.
And I don't think that that does you any good, because you're not, unless that's what you want to be. If you want to be a casual partner, it's like, well, I wouldn't say that's a particularly noble ambition. You should be able to do better than that. You have to learn to be married, and maybe you should give it a trial run. Before you get married, you live together. Then you learn if you're compatible, and if it works, you proceed to marriage. And in that case, if that theory is right, the people who lived together before they got married would be less likely to be divorced.
Attracted to fuckboys. A lot of us women are just guilty of falling into the same trap of toxic men. But what is it about them that we just cannot let go of? Firstly is the fact that at the beginning they really, really chase, and you might even try and fight the urge, but they are just top of their game and they know how to draw you in. So as soon as they have you, that's when you realise that their behaviour...
What are you saying when you live with someone? And I know what you're saying. I find you acceptably attractive, but there's some real possibility that I could do better. And maybe you could too. And if you'll allow me the possibility that I can trade up, I'll allow you that possibility. And in the meantime, we'll just exploit each other and see how it goes.
For later, so we can do something. And your name was what? Elena? You have a beautiful girl. Really beautiful. Like, are you gonna live soon? I'm really impressed. Why are you here? I'm speaking to her. I'm just having a conversation. Did we invite you? Bro, like, we're having a conversation. She's a very interesting person.
It's like, well, how the hell are you going to forge a lasting relationship on that basis? You know, maybe it has to be something like, well, I'm pretty bloody thrilled to have you, given all my flaws, and hopefully you feel the same way about me if I'm fortunate, and let's go all in on it.
I don't care about a woman's past. A woman can say she had 25, 35 sexual partners. I don't care about all that. They don't intimidate me because I always say the version of her that I'm going to get, no man has ever had. Because I know how to cultivate that woman. Oh, boy, you preaching. I know how to provide something in your life that no man has ever been able to provide. True. I know how to extract and cultivate something out of you that no man has ever been. No man has been able to cultivate.
Body count is a big deal at all.
Yeah, I was like you too. I was like, I thought it was gross if a guy fucked everyone, but my boyfriend used to be a whore. So I'm like,
I don't know if you're gonna go there.
Oh yeah, but he like literally was like a sex deviant, and I'm like, now I'm dating him, and he's like the most obsessed, infatuated person like by me, and I'm like, oh, it's kind of crazy that I would have judged him off of this before that, because I would have just automatically assumed he's gonna be a bad boyfriend or a bad person. But I guess like when you're single, it's like you're just having sex to have sex. Like there's really no attachment in it.
Yeah, I don't think people should be judged.
You need to start paying attention to the good guys. They'll come up to you more. You need to stop rewarding the bad boys. You need to teach them. So here's some advice. Don't put the goods out there unless someone earns it. By earn it, I mean they have to be invested in you. They have to take you out on dates. They have to call you. They have to prioritize you. They have to
try someone out before you live with them. Really? Like a used car, that's what you should do. You take them for a test drive and see if you're...
Because not every guy is a winner right when you meet him. Women have to determine whether or not that guy's going to be a winner, and she'll be in the car with him when he goes past the finish line. And so what happens then is women have to invest in a man's potential. And usually that doesn't play out very well because for women's judge of character, especially when they're 18 to 28 years old, is much lower.
Why does everyone make such a big fuss about turning 30? This is not a big deal.
But as an actress.
Cut to 29, and I'm like, oh my God, I feel so stressed and anxious.
Wow.
And I realize it's because there is suddenly this bloody influx of subliminal messaging around. If you have not built a home, if you do not have a husband, if you do not have a baby, and you are turning 30, and you're not in some like incredibly like secure, stable place in your career, or you're still figuring things out, there's just like this incredible amount of anxiety.
It's an incredible amount of anxiety. I can't believe it. Oh, yes. Before you guys give me grief, here's the overlay. Thank you. How we doing? How y'all doing? Oh, man. Today's going to be fun. I'm sorry to subject you all to that.
Hello there, children.
Sorry.
How's it going?
I apologize. Actually, I have one more. Wait. There's more. One last little thing. Guys seen this yet? Guys, see these? These are Tinder Insights, right? If you've read my 5th book, the Player's Handbook, I begin. I think it was like the first chapter actually, where I talk about churn marketing. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, and ladies, I hope you're watching too. This is churn marketing in one handy dandy infographic. So in case you can't really see that, let me see if I can bring this up. I'll just read it to you. This is a 26-year-old female gender, binary. Yes. Oh, there is only two genders, two sexes. Sorry, not sorry. The best part of this is, and you can't really see it. Sorry for the low quality here. On Tinder for 188 days. Oh, like that's not even like, that's just maybe a little bit, not even half a year, right? I mean, how many days, how many months is that? You swiped 15,094 times. 26-year-old gender female, right swipes, left swipes, by the way, now remember, 15,094 times. Left swipes 14,512. Holy crap. 582 right swipes. Okay, so that's good. Of those, 281 were no match. Probably because she's like, yeah, maybe not. I would love to do now. I am no mathematician by any stretch of the imagination, but I am fairly certain that 582 of 15,094 times. Somebody can do this. Somebody run me down that. Give me the percentage for that. Let me know what the percentage is of just right swipes out of total swipes. I would love to see what that is. Matches, 301 out of 582. 281 were not a match. So you're what? Almost, if you've rounded up to 600, you're almost about half. And then you get to chats. So now you go from 301 matches, 130 no chats. You don't even want to talk to the guy. Chats, 171 chats out of 300 matches. Of those chats, 54 dates. 117 never met. So now we've pared it down. Remember, here we go. From a total of 15,094 times, we get 54 dates out of this. You're a 26-year-old female. 0 relationships. However, of 54 dates, 37 ended up in casual sex. I just work here, gentlemen. I'm just the keeper of the books here. All I do is keep the numbers and keep the books. And is that what it is? Hold on, wait, Josh, are you sure? 0.3%. Okay, so 37 times for casual sex. By the way, that was out of 15,094 times. So, John, whoever's the mathematician here, you guys are gonna have to do this breakdown for me here. I would love to know what the actual percentages are in this. So go ahead and please do me the solid and give me the breakdowns for this. But I would love to know out of first of all. 0 relationships, 0 versus 37 casuals. Now, you're just cherry picking this data. No, actually, these stats have been going around, I've been making the rounds. This is just one I pulled of dozens. Okay. So, this was, I tried to be as balanced as I possibly could. By the way, for guys, I'm afraid that if I give you the breakdown for men in this, it will probably really, I can't unleash that on you, especially after the video that I just gave you. Now, why did I do that? Okay, well, let me, so who's that? What'd you say? Is that what it is? Are you sure? Are you sure? Somebody, you guys are smart guys. 0, what was it? Hold on a second. 0.0245% for sex. Damn. Now, remember, I'm very fond of quoting. Let me see if I can get this brighter. Sorry, I just jumped into the saddle here at the last minute. I was trying to today. I apologize for being a little bit tardy, but today is going to be a very stats heavy day, and I'll explain to you why in about the top of the hour. Once we get to about an hour mark, I'll explain to you what I've got going on this week. But there's a reason why I'm sticking to stats today, because this entire week I will probably be sticking to a lot of stats. I will be in Los Angeles starting, well, actually tomorrow, and then I'll be in Vegas right around Tuesday or Wednesday. And we will be doing Access Vegas on Friday once again. It'll be myself and Mike Sartain. We'll be back at Sticky Paws, and we will have I'm aiming for 4 girls this time, but we're gonna pick it up again. We're gonna do our bi-monthly show. Hopefully, we'll be able to do another one after this for November. But we got some other things coming up. I'll make the announcements later on. I apologize for unleashing the heinous video that I cobbled together at the last minute here. Okay, so those are your stats. Today's going to be a stat heavy day. Okay, so here we go. Would you say that 37 guys who got casual sex are the 4.5% of? See that? Thank you for bringing that up, Cabral Juan. Thank you for bringing that up, because that's what I wanted to sort of redirect at right now. Yeah. That's the thing, is somebody needs to, again, I'm not the statistician, I'm not the mathematician, and I probably could work this out if I really needed to, but what did you say? 5 and 10? No, let's see. 2.1%. Somebody's had this up there. Let's see. That's a lot of cat food. I'm sorry. I'm going back over this. Somebody's saying 3.9%, 3.93%, 0.38%. Somebody give me a straight answer, please. 6%. Right here, I'll put it back up for you real quick so you guys can get an idea once again. So I need my statisticians. I need my mathematicians here. 15,094 times was just the right. So that's who was acceptable. By the way, when you're looking at that, if you look at the left swipes, okay, so let's total these things out here, okay? Left swipes were 14,512. Right swipes were 15,094 times. So of those left-right swipes, if you total them together, so somebody add this up, 14,512 and 15,094 times. So that's the total, the absolute total. So right there, you're looking at half and half. We're close to it. If you round it off, 140, 14,512 versus 15,094. Okay, maybe not quite half, but just close enough. Close enough for government work here. Then you've got, of those right swipes, you've got 582 right swipes of the total number of swipes. I'm sorry, no, I'm wrong about that. The total number of swipes. So right swipes were 582, and left swipes were 14,512. That's like, I'm actually wondering what the percentage of left swipes are in this instance, and does that track with the 80-20 rule? Is that 80%? Because that to me does not. That's a lot less than 80%, or a lot more than 80% right there. Those are the total for rights for a woman to make that swipe. Okay, now, as we know, and I've used these stats before in the past, I think if I don't have them here, I'll bring them up here in just a moment. But we constantly talk about the 80-20 rule. Now, I try to clarify this for you guys as often as I possibly can. 100% of women are interested in the top 20% of guys, not 80%. 100% of women are hypergamous. They're looking for the best of the best. Hypergamy does not seek its own level. Ergo, they are looking for that top 20%. We have multiple studies, multiple research that shows this. Not just one isolated, oh, this is just OkCupid. No, this is multiple researches. I'll bring the, again, like I said, today's going to be sort of stats heavy. So yeah, it's depressing stuff. Sorry to say. I'm not here to depress you. I'm here to educate you. So please don't.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Please don't get too despondent. 80-20 is outdated. You think so? Yeah. Well, I don't think so. I think from a practical sense, not necessarily. Now, I'll explain to you why. Okay, because you're still looking at 80% of men who are deemed unattractive. Okay. That's this stat right here. This one right here. Let me put that back up. This, the right swipes is enough to inspire women to want to reach out to. Of 15,094 times, 582 of them were worth swiping to the right. What does that break down? I think that's probably. Is that 3%? Does that track with the 4.5% that Dr. David Buss and Steve Stewart Williams, Rob Henderson? I'm trying to think who else has done studies on this. Does that track with what they say? Okay, so 80% of men are deemed unattractive, leaving 20% of men as maybes. Maybe they'll do. Possibilities. Of the 20% that are possibilities, 4.5%, at least by their numbers, at least by their numbers, this isn't this. I'm not pulling this out of my ass. I'm quoting here. By their numbers, 4.5% are the ones that get swiped right. Okay. So from this data set, does that 582 right swipes, does that track with 4.5%? That's what I'm asking you guys to like sort of run down for me if you can. So don't go to the I slept with them. Don't go to casual sex. I just want to know the 582 versus the 15,094 times. Does that track? Is it 3.9? Somebody said 3.9. 3.86. That's a number I got. Pretty close. Pretty close. What is this? Okay, somebody's getting. You guys are some. See, you guys might be Spurgs, but you're my Spurgs. Thank you. Let's see. Okay. Well, of that 0.25% for the slept with. Okay. Where's this? Yeah, you're goddamn right. I do.
You're goddamn right.
You like the new studio? Thank you. Still ironing out the kinks. Yeah, sorry. My bad. Yeah, I need to get rid. It's such a good mic, though. It's heavy as hell, though. That's the problem with this. I'll probably switch over to an SMB at some point. Sure. Let's see. Mathematicians in the house. 1.2%. How are you getting 1.2% and other people are getting like 3.9? That's what I want to know. Is that what you said here? Somebody said this 3.85, 3.8%, 5. Yes. Close to 4.5%. Okay. Pretty close. It does track. This is recent. This right here. And by the way, remember, she was on for 188 days, which I think is absolutely incredible when you think about it. So 188 days. Got it. Can you guys hear me okay? Are you good? Good. Soy boy here saying I'm muted. Am I muted? I'm not muted. Am I? I don't think so. Thank you. All right. Good enough. All right. What did you say? Hold on. This is pretty good too. Let me throw this one up there. Rollo, I think because of IG, we can make the argument that it's no longer 80-20, more like 85. Well, okay. So I think that deserves a little bit of analysis here. Just really briefly. This is not actually what I wanted to get into today, but I want to talk about stats and why it is that we in the Manosphere, which is now a bad word, how we come to the conclusions that we do, because a lot of people, I'm not going to name names, a lot of people seem to think that we just pull numbers out of our ass arbitrarily, and we don't do that. And we haven't been just doing this since 2017 or the last 5 years. In some cases, we've done this for the last 21 years. And a lot of these stats and a lot of the let's just say predictive frameworks that the red pill, manosphere, the whatever we're going to call it sphere has been talking about, it precedes 5 years. It precedes 2017. The manosphere just didn't pick up and explode and become some spontaneously combust at 2017. Okay. It's been around for way longer than that. But the principles, the predictive frameworks that, especially some of the earliest PUAs of all people, but certainly developed from that, we've been talking about exactly this stuff for a long time. We just saw it in the wild. The guys who are out there I did too. I was actually, watching this stuff at liquor promos and my job. Yes, so he's married then. Yeah. However, I was in the unique position of being in casino marketing, promotions, wine and spirits. I'm seeing this happen while I'm watching guys live in real time, sort of putting this stuff into practice. And as a result of putting it into practice, they came up with the 80-20 rule long before David Buss or anyone of these other guys were talking about 80% of men are unattractive. Guys like Nick Krauser, Mystery, hell, most of the guys in RSD, all the guys in the old school seduction community, they saw this live in real time. And they were just these crazy sons of bitches who were out there just trying to get their dicks wet, right? But here we are. Vinny. I kind of almost wanted to title this show Red Pill, vindicated by science, right? Or Red Pill finally gets some sort of statistical validation, let's say. And I mean validation in the sense like it's finally been backed up with numbers. So when we were being called crazy back in 2007, 2008, here we are in 2022 with people seem to think it started in 2017 for some reason. But now we have these numbers, we have all this statistics, and a lot of these statistics can be very depressing. And thank you for bringing that up. I'm not here to try to make you guys just crawl under the covers and go back to sleep and wake me when it's over kind of thing. I think that we are better off for knowing this stuff than we are for not knowing this stuff, because it will help you create your own game, create your own life, create your own paradigm, build the life that you want, but you have to build it with accurate information. And here's some accurate information. So I'm getting really, really sick of these guys who want to characterize the manosphere as just being this pseudoscience or not knowing what the hell we're talking about. And I understand why that impression exists, because there's a lot of guys out here who got no business talking about anything when it comes to the manosphere, when it comes to red pill, when it comes to, they would like to cast it in a certain light as in, oh, this is the male self-improvement sphere, right? Well, there's the success porn hustlers. Yes. There's the motivational speakers. There's the life coaches. There's the dating coaches. There's the relationship coaches. There's the marriage game coaches. There's all kinds of different gurus, influencers, teachers. I don't know what else to call it. But from my experience, I can see that a lot of these guys seem to think that, or I would say this, seem to feel threatened by the fact that there's guys like me throwing, maybe I'm trying to think who else, but like maybe Ryan Stone for that matter, throwing out stats here that directly contradict a lot of this sort of feel good bullshit. And I'm not trying to like crush your, poor little romantic souls or anything like that. I'm just saying, be aware of this stuff, and you're better off for knowing these kind of stats than not knowing these things. So when I see these, when I see a guy like Jordan Peterson throwing out this marriage thing on the Daily Wire, I kind of have to sort of put a few little, bookmarks here. Mark it, put these little things right here. And when I had to really, guys, you guys got to know, I exercised, please be proud of me. I exercised a lot of self-control not to do a full dedicated show about Jordan Peterson or any, like, God forbid, if I utter the word Peterson, then suddenly people want to basically throw rocks at me. It's like summoning demons, at least now. So I'm at the point right now where it's kind of like, I gotta acknowledge it, but I don't want to go too deep get too deep in the weeds. Yeah. Do it. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Alex. Do it. Do it now. No, I'm not, because I will tell you right now, for every one Alex, there's probably 100,000 guys that are out there. Oh man, that's beneath him. He shouldn't be doing this stuff. Oh gosh, he's again with the Peterson shit. Oh my God. Yeah. These are the dudes. You guys are the dudes. Luke, you're the guys that get me in trouble. Get thee behind me, Satan. Speaking of Satan, Devil Mountain Coffee. There. That's your screen cap. That, please. Somebody send that to Devil Mountain Coffee. I will eventually get an endorsement where I get free coffee and where I don't have to pay for it. Debate Destiny. Okay, I would love to. Let's bring it. About what? Please tell me about. If you're going to say Debate Destiny, at the very least, follow it up. Do me the solid. Follow it up with a fucking topic. Please. And now I swore, and now I'm going to get demonetized. Thanks a lot. Follow it up with the topic. Oh, you need to go debate Chris Williamson. About what? Give me a topic. Give me a subject. Tell me what I am wrong about and he's right about, and I will be glad to go and do that. So I'll set it up with Adam Sosnick. I'll wherever you want it. You want a neutral ground? I'll be happy to go and do that too. No problem. Yeah. See, and then, debate Destiny, forget Destiny. I would rather forget Destiny, to be quite honest with. But then I go and see him on Lex Friedman. How do you pronounce his name? Lex Friedman's, whatever. Why? I'm going to get into Destiny a little bit today. We'll dig into that. I don't want to go too crazy on it. Thank you, Sorolita. I love you too, my fine island girl. Destiny debate. Okay, so here's the deal. Here's the deal. If you want me to debate Destiny, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't want me to debate Destiny, put a 2 in the chat right now. I would like to, please. Let's take a quick poll. I should probably put a poll up. I can't do polls. Can I do polls? I don't think I can do polls in StreamYard. There you go. On ovulatory shift, what would you like to know about ovulatory shift? I'll jump right into that for you. I got all. You know what? Hold that thought on ovulatory shift, because I've got some stats for you today. I want to make sure that everybody, like the reason why I kind of got into today's topic today, I think Bruce and two. That's about half and half right there. I'm looking and seeing 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Don't bother. Please give us nuts and bolts, Rollo. Sorry, today's going to be a little bit casual today because once I tell you what I'm going to be doing this week, you'll understand why I kind of want to take it easy today. Let's see. Sam Bada is in the chat. Sam, do you think I should debate this? I'll take your advice. Knowing what you know right now, Sam, should I bother with that? Friedman. Is that how it's pronounced? I didn't even know that. Can't wait for you to. RJ. RJ. I'm going to go you one better than that today, my friend. Here we go.
Say my name.
Sam. Thanks, Sam. Sam says no. Okay, Sam. Okay, Sam Bada has spoken. Sam is my doomsayer, and I mean that in the best possible way. He's the one who sort of like follows me around and says, remember, memento mori. Don't debate destiny, debate destiny. See, that's the thing that gets me is like, for all you guys in the chat who said don't debate destiny, again, I want, if you put a 1 in the chat, please do me the solid and say, here's what you want to talk about. Then at least I got a point of departure there. So maybe I can actually, say, okay, well, this will be worthwhile. Because I don't want to just go there and say, you're a son of a bitch. Oh, yeah, you are too. Let me tell you why. Okay, I'll tell you why you are. Like, that's just blood sports, man. I don't want to do a disservice to my own audience by giving them just some sort of red meat fluff bullshit. I would much rather talk about a subject and hash it out that way. And if you really want me to go at it with them, that's not a problem. But I gotta have a freaking topic. Oh, debate Alex from Playing with Fire. About what? God damn it. About what? Debate Ruslan. About what? Oh, you were unprepared. For what? There was no topic that was discussed prior. I think I was actually pretty well prepared. Let's see. Destiny with a predetermined topic. Thank you. Okay. Such as? Let's see. Rational versus woke rational. There's a woke rational. Actually, I would say it's more emotional woke versus rational, whatever. F the debate. Thank you. Yeah, I got you. I'm going to dig into some other things today too. I wanted to, somebody brought a, you want to say, of course you do. Hey, wait a minute. Here, yeah, of course you do. Because you all want this.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
That's what you guys want. You want Gladiator? Oh, God, I almost want to make the announcement, but I kind of got to wait for at least for the first hour before I make this. What I'm gonna say today. I'm already confirmed, so actually I don't have to worry too much about it. So, but I will explain to you. Destiny on your show, really? I will fly you both out. No thanks, Pearl. I would much rather do it on a more neutral ground. If Destiny wants to come to Sticky Paws, I'm happy to have him there. I'm sure Mike Sartain would be happy to host both of us. Where is he at anyways? Is Destiny like in Florida now? Sneeko's in Florida. Hell, that would be how come nobody's asking me to like debate Sneeko? How come nobody's asking me to debate like all these guys who keep coming at me like Chris Williamson? How come people don't? Why is that? Why is Destiny the one? The one. Neo. Why is that? Somebody tell me, because come on now. Is he an idiot or is he just young? Does he have a lot to learn? Does he have potential? I don't know enough about Sneeko to actually form an opinion. I guess maybe it's just that I haven't really. I know. People have said that before. Debate Andrew Tate about Islam conversion. Would you like me to debate Hafeez? I'll tell you what, Pearl, you said up Hafeez. I'll do that. I would love to do that. That would be awesome. Like, set me up with Hafeez, no problem. Did you know, I didn't realize this, and I'm a little kind of put off about this. So Adam Sosnick, if you happen to be watching this show, I did actually happen to watch a little bit of the interview between lead attorney Coach Greg Adams and Pearl. Now, before Pearl arrives on the scene, and by the way, I can understand why like guys like Myron and Fresh are like, you guys are on their shit list. Just saying. But when CGA was on with lead attorney, he mentioned something to the effect that he had just shown up at Valuetainment, which is in Fort Lauderdale. He'd come down there because he was speaking at the 21 convention, and they got some free content out of you, Greg Adams. And so he goes there, shows up, and he doesn't know, at least according to CGA, he didn't know that Hafeez was going to be there. And so they just kind of sprung it on him. So, by the way, that is what's known as YouTube blood sports, my friend. Just go and have a look at Andrew. Was it Andrew Worski? Is that what it was? Who used to do that stuff with? I think he did that with Brittany Venti and Roosh at one point. That was like sort of the inception. The inception point. That's the inception point of YouTube blood sports, at least in the Manosphere. It's like get some guy on there, book their polar opposite, throw them together in the gladiator ring, and are you not entertained? That's what it is. Is Tate a Muslim? You guys tell me, man. Do you guys think he is? I'll give you my opinion on that if you would like, but we'll get to that later. I'll do that after the top of the hour. How's that? All right. Yeah. I tell you again, I'm not trying. This is not the anti-Destiny show. Yeah. What? How is what Destiny does any different than Jack Murphy? Can somebody explain that to me? Like, why is Destiny more legit than Jack Murphy? Because Jack Murphy, by all appearances, is a very traditionally conservative Christian guy. At least he was like toying with the idea of going Orthodox Christian at one point. Not unlike most guys who are in the Manosphere after a while. So why is he more legit? Why is Destiny more legit than Jack Murphy? How come nobody puts the skunk beard on Destiny on thumbnails? I'm just asking. Inquiring minds want to know. Yeah, lead attorney. By the way, the only reason he even has a channel at all is because he came at Myron and Fresh in August of 2021 with a whole heap of other people too. He basically built a name off of that. You didn't even know who that dude was in, June of 2021. Nobody knew who lead attorney was. As soon as Abba and Preach go out, and of course, what's happened since then? Yeah, all that stuff is just water under the goddamn bridge right now. But the only reason you know is because grifters like that come and jump on top of that, and then now they make a name for themselves. They build a name off of their hating on other guys. So yeah, I think they're 100% correct in their assessment of all that, by the way. So enjoy your connection with those guys, Pearl. Anyways, let's see. You really have to, again, it's like, I've been in this business for a long time. People will say, well, that's like Rollo's just hating on anybody. I don't even know who these dudes were 2 years ago. So anyway, what? All right. I am going to get into a couple things here. Today's going to be a little bit stats heavy. Somebody was asking about ovulatory shift, and one of the reasons why I got into, if you don't know, let me just make a few announcements here real briefly. I did Jedediah Bila's show on Wednesday of this week, and then prior to that, I did, if you didn't see it already, I did a show with Ryan Stone, and we talked about the crisis of replicability. And the crossover, what I believe anyways, is a crossover between the influx of women into academia and the increase in the inability for researchers to replicate experiments and replicate effects. And it's not just in psychology, by the way, this is also in the hard sciences, but to replicate effects of very replicable experiments from like decades ago. And so now we have this sort of, in fact, the only thing that is actually reliable is the fact that studies are going to be unreliable. And I've been digging into that because I got into it with Mike Sartain about Dr. David Buss and his decision to sort of abandon maybe not abandon, but at least sort of lean more towards the mate shifting hypothesis versus the ovulatory shift hypothesis. And of course, really the reason for that, I believe anyways, is that it's a result of more and more women in certainly communication, psychology, the soft sciences. It's no secret that there are more women in psychology. I've showed you those stats before. There's more women in psychology than at any other time in history, and have been that way really since like for about 15 or 20 years now. The APA releases those stats, and because they have to. They're just like gender demographic stats. So, yeah. What was this? Okay, let's here's that. Wait. Whoa, hold on.
Say my name.
Rollo, you would not win a debate against Destiny. Why? Because you're not as smart as him. Why? You would not win a debate against Sneeko because you do not have as much heart as him. Okay, so you know my IQ and you know Sneeko's IQ. And you know my heart and you know Sneeko's heart. That's it. I mean, you went to a lot of trouble to go and put this out there, Han Solo Tomasi. So really, how are we gonna set that up, man? How are you gonna like metrics, asshat? Come on, give me metrics. Right? Clearly you must know my IQ to pop off with shit like that, right? There's that attention you wanted. Anyways, as far as the crisis of replicability goes, it's that kind of comes back to what a lot of people will say. Yeah, thank you very much. You know what? Sometimes, dude, let me explain something to you. Oh, wait, Cheetos, dude. Here you go. Where are the Cheetos? See, that's just for you. Yeah. Well, sometimes you got to make examples of dickheads, right? Oh, you baited you into it. Okay, bait me some more. Come on, bring it. I'll be happy to make idiots of you. That you go and you take the time. Especially like when guys when trolls, like they get banned and then they come back with another stupidly clever name. Right. And then they just basically mouth off with the same crap again. Okay. Yeah. Come on. Come with something original. I need to do a hate show. I need to do a hater show. Like Myron and Fresh do. Like it's funny is like they always say, oh yeah, we want our haters to call in, and very rarely of like the dozens of calls that come in, maybe one of them is like a legitimate hater, and they really just don't have anything else going. Yeah. Yes, thank you very much. This is my preferred pronoun. All right, we're going to get to some other shit today too. However, I did want to bring up the crisis of replicability because somebody also brought up the ovulatory shift stats. I will give you those. I'll dig up the stats for you today. I'm going to run kind of back and forth with some of these here because I got a lot of stuff, a lot of irons in the fire right now. I'm working on a series of posts. One of them is about divorce. That's going to end up, I'm going to sum that one up on Fresh and Fit when I'm out there in December. Sorry, I was going to do it in May or in November, but I'm looking at probably December now because they hit 1 million subs. They're planning, they're doing a lot of stuff, and we got the holidays coming up too. But I will be doing that divorce show with Myron at some point. We're doing our homework on it. I also have a series of posts, probably 2 posts that are coming up, and it's going to be titled 1971. And I will show you some of the stats here about that. I've gotten into these stats before in the past because what I am going to do on Tuesday is very relevant to the 1971 series that I'm going to be doing on the Rational Male on my blog. Now, why is that? Well, because right now, we are entering into this time where the Manosphere, the red pill, all this stuff is starting to go quote unquote mainstream. And as you know, and I've used the video in the past, is like I told Myron and Fresh back in March of 2021, I hope it doesn't go mainstream. I didn't say it wouldn't go mainstream. I just expressed a hope that it wouldn't. I wasn't some prediction. That was just me saying, I don't think it should. It probably will. And it probably is. A lot of people you can make a case for it right now. And you probably will once I tell you what I'm going to tell you. But definitely not for the best, because there's a lot of people out there who are kind of bad actors or bad interpreters of what the quote unquote manosphere, the red pill actually is. So when I see studies, like I'm about to show you this other one. There's a new Secret Service report, by the way, a Secret Service of all places. And it's on CBS News. It says a new Secret Service report details growing incel terrorism threat. And I'll read this. I'm not going to subject you to the stupid video that this is attached to, but I put this up here, or I'm going to dig into this article here just real briefly before I move into some other stuff. I want to talk about Tim Pool's sort of take on female voters and stuff. I'll come back to that in a minute. But I wanted to make sure that I got to this because I've had a lot of people sending me the story about that kid, and I don't know the guy's name. Forgive me for it. But the kid that was just arrested recently because he was like sort of a quote unquote, radicalized incel. And he was going, his words, not mine, but in his quote unquote manifesto, he was going to kill 3,000 women. And I'm like, that's very ambitious. Let's have a look at that. I would love to see what this is all about. And I'm digging into it a little bit and I'm going, why is this not making the news now? Because I'm sure you could probably go on, what is it? It's not PUA hate anymore. It's like slut hate, I think is what it's called. There's all kinds of forums. There's all kinds of incel forums right now where people talk a lot of shit. You guys talk a lot of shit in the chat, man. Do I believe everything you have to say? And the devil horns are still in the back there. I got to pull everything back. Sorry, Tyndall. They're not gone for good. I'm still rearranging things. The reason why I haven't done it yet is because I'm going to pull the carpet out of here and I'm going to put some hardwood floors and stuff in here and soundproof it. So, but don't worry, I'm going to pull this whole thing back sooner or later. Now, as far as the incel threat is concerned, I think really a lot of it's being overblown right now because those chat rooms, the dark web, it's not really the dark web. That's not really the dark web. It's really just Reddit, more or less. A lot of the quote unquote incel forums are just the vestiges really of what used to be called the true forced loneliness movement that eventually turned into the incels. And I think what's funny is I think one of the reasons why we're starting to hear more and more of this is, well, first of all, like the NSA, the FBI, the Secret Service. What the hell is a Secret Service doing? Wouldn't that be the FBI's job? Now, I don't know like the function of like all of the secret organizations that work for, the U.S. government are. Why would the Secret Service be like dropping that information? That's what I want to do. I want to know what's the Pearl, please. What? Is she in? Where is she? I haven't seen her yet. Well, why is the Secret Service involved in this at all? Shouldn't that be the FBI? Or isn't there like some Department of Homeland Security? I need to ask Myron that. Maybe Myron would know. Why would the Secret Service have some new report? And I'll read this to you here. Actually, I'll just dig into it here. Would you like to see it? I'll give it to you. This is on CBS News. CBS News, mainstream. Here we are, mainstream. You guys wanted it. Here you go. This is the future that you guys demanded. So we want the Manosphere to go mainstream. I don't even necessarily call the certainly the incelosphere or the black pill doomers. If there's a tragedy to all this, it's the fact that the red pill is getting lumped in with black pill doomers and incels and the more extreme ends of MGTOW. But let me share my screen with you here just briefly because I really wanted to just read this out for you. This is the Secret Service report data. Where'd it go? There we go. 1 second. Okay. Yeah, you guys can see that pretty well. So this is from, this is from CBS News. New Secret Service report details growing incel terrorism threat. Got it? Okay. Go away. Okay. The federal government on Tuesday released a study on the growing terrorism threat from men who call themselves anti-feminists or involuntary celibates. You guys ready for this? And draw motivation for violence from their inability to develop relationships with women. Since 2014, attacks inspired by the incel movement and spanning the US and Canada have left dozens dead. So, dozens dead. What does that mean? Okay. Clearly the first, by the way, for those of you who think that I've never addressed any of this stuff before, please go look at my archive from 2014. You'll see that I've written probably 3 different posts about Elliot Rodger, which is what everybody is going to start throwing rocks about. Oh my gosh, this is where it all began. No, it was actually way before that. And you want to know where the true force loneliness guys came from? You want to know what really kind of built these guys up? I don't even think that. I mean, maybe there was like the term incel was still a thing back in 2014. But I'll tell you this: as far as the forums of commiseration, there was a forum called PUA Hate. That's what it was. You want to know where Elliot Rodgers spent a lot of his time? It was in PUA Hate, which eventually got, of course, banned, and then they just revamped it and rebuilt it as Slut Hate after that. And I don't know if it's still around anymore either. But then, that's really where the kid came from. Now, most of the people who are talking about this kind of stuff have no earthly clue about any of this. I've been involved in this for long enough to know what the hell I'm talking about because I was writing essays about this at the time. So in fact, I even remember the title. There's a title that of one of my essays. It's called The Severing. You won't find it in any of my books because it's kind of like specific to the times. But I wrote it about the whole Elliot Rodger thing. In fact, maybe I'll call that up and read that to you guys because that was from back in 2014. Now, what I think is going on here, and this is, I'll give you my actually I'll read this to you and then I'll give you my take on it. I think maybe that's probably the better way to do it, so I don't sound like I'm got ADHD. There we go. Oh, you can't see me in that. There we go. Okay. So since 2014, left dozens dead. Early intervention and behavioral threat assessments could be the difference between life and death for women targeted by growing ideology. Growing ideology, really, imagine that. God damn it. There. By the growing ideology. According to the 26-page report, the report concluded that while there is no one profile of an individual who plans or executes an attack of targeted violence, investigators must consider potential targets when seeking to thwart attacks as suspects routinely explore multiple targets during the planning process before making their final selection. Okay, so let me halt right there really quickly. First off, the quote-unquote incelosphere is really not, I would say it's only ancillary to the red pill. Just like the black pill is ancillary to the red pill. Just like MGTOW, MRAs, TradCons, everybody wants some. Everybody wants a little bit of this juice, right? And as I said before, when I was showing you the video, that was the introduction video here. I'm not doing that so you'll get despondent and nihilistic and want to off yourself or off somebody else and some sort of, pity party desperation play. It's just so you have education on this stuff. Now, the people who are going to be mentally imbalanced, we're going to be mentally imbalanced before they found the incelosphere or any other sphere for that matter. So yeah, are there always going to be bad actors? Sure there are. But we're also looking at a quote unquote organization of guys or a forum of men who we want to, I think, really aggrandize or really blow up that much more, especially in a year where we just had an election in the United States that was based on one premise. Women got it bad and we need to get the ladies to the polls. We got to get them out there. Tim Pool is going to talk about this later on when I get to his video where he's talking about what is it, 68% of single women voted Democrat. That also translates to some other really damning statistics too. However, it's indicative of the fact that you have let's just say special interests that would love nothing more than to feed fear and sell security. So this report is the selling security aspect of that. It's tilling the fields. It's, predisposing people to thinking that this is some sort of endemic national threat to poor women. Now, I'm going to sort of try to set this up a little bit for you here. Do you guys remember when, some of you are old enough to remember this, do you guys remember that it was right after 9/11, I think, where there was like terrorist threat levels? There was like the yellow, the orange, the red. We used to have to go through Homeland Security just said that we're at orange level. Something must be going on. I don't understand. Right. Or, oh my gosh, so we have credible intelligence that something's going to happen. Right. We have to make sure that you take your shoes off before you get on go through the metal detector at the airports. Right. Because there might be a guy who's trying to combine like two little mini bottles of vodka with some sort of you put them together and it makes C4 or something. Right. Why don't we have those? Why don't we have those for other things? Why on earth, if there's credible threats, if they really thought that doesn't the Secret Service actually, don't they protect like politicians? Isn't that what their job is? What's the purpose of the Secret Service? I would presume that the FBI is the one that should be doing this, not the Secret Service, maybe NSA, but this specifically says the Secret Service. I'm like, what the hell? Don't they guard the president? The White House has fallen. But why do we not have the threat levels? And if so, and they're really worried about this, then why is there not like some sort of like yellow, orange, red degree to which we should be, how worried should we be? Federal government, how worried should we be about the growing incel threat? I have seen this stuff before. That's why I'm making light of this, because I've seen this happen before. Now, I saw it 2016, 2018, maybe not 2020, because we were focused on like other things during that election year. But now we want to make sure that the little ladies feel like we're doing something for you guys. This is your federal government at work. And we got to let you know that there's these losers out there who feel like kind of jilted because they're not getting laid and they haven't earned it. And these are the guys you are invisible to you in the first place. And we got to make sure that you guys know that there's these guys out there and their eyes might be a little too close in their heads. And they might not look like the kind of guys that you would want to get with. And don't worry, the Secret Service is on the job, ladies. So when I'm looking at this, I kind of got to take it with a little bit of grain of salt, because why now? Why now? Haven't they been following? It's 2014. Haven't they been following these guys? It took them, 6-8 years to release this? It's a growing threat. Since 2014, I would hope that there would have been some other kind of like summation of this within, the first 4 years at least, if not the 8, 10, 12. What? So let me put this up here. I'll keep going here. This is interesting. The U.S. Secret Service National Threat Assessment Center took a deep dive into a series of red flags predating a shooting at a yoga studio in Tallahassee, Florida. I remember that, to determine how early intervention could have saved lives in the future. The NTAC routinely publishes research based on an assessment of the current threat environment. I would love, Myron, if you are watching this right now, Myron Gaines, if you're going to do one of your Fed streams, I would love to see this as a topic. In case of 40-year-old gunman Scott Paul Bierley, there were countless warning signs. Countless. Okay. The man who opened fire inside hot yoga Tallahassee, killing 2 women and injuring 4 more before committing suicide, had previously been fired from multiple teaching jobs, barred from bars and apartment buildings, and authored a 70,000-word revenge fantasy about a boy turned serial killer, according to the report. During his teen years, the attacker was accused of stalking his classmates, and he wrote stories centered around violent themes, said Steve Driscoll, lead research specialist at NTAC, in a briefing with reporters on Thursday. One of those stories was 81 pages long and involved a protagonist murdering several girls before committing suicide. I would like to know, of the 70,000-word revenge fantasy, how much does that really consider? How much does that play there? And is that indicative of a mindset of all of these guys who might actually try to repeat the same thing? The female characters in the story that were killed represented the attacker's actual classmates from his high school. Oh my Lord. But he slightly changed the names in his writing. Okay, that was the Scott Bierl. Got it. Okay, he was arrested 3 times for incidents of groping women in public. His roommates called him Ted Bundy, though social media users often refer to him as a 1930s German guy. His parents reported sleeping with their door locked and removing him from his niece's birthday party after he touched young girls. On the day of the shooting, Bierl uploaded a self-written song entitled F 'em All describing his frustration with personal failures to a public music sharing website before departing for the yoga studio. He left behind a note reading, in part, "If I can't find one decent female to live with, I will find my indecent females to die with." According to the U.S. Secret Service analysis, now again, Secret Service, Bureau was motivated to carry out violence by his inability to develop or maintain relationships with women. Well, that I'm not sure how much that. How are they coming to that conclusion if only part of that is actually about his 70,000? Again, I'm not trying to excuse the guy. I'm just saying maybe the dude was just freaking nuts before he even came into all this. So let's start with that. That same year, a handful of incidents linked to quote unquote incel terrorism, a shooting at an Arizona mall targeting couples, a machete attack at a Toronto massage parlor, and a 23-year-old Virginia man who blew his hand off while tinkering with a bomb that federal authorities believe was meant to target a cheerleading performance. In the case of 2014 Isla Vista, can you just guys say like Santa Barbara, UC Santa Barbara, because that's really it was. 22-year-old Elliot Rogers killed 6 people and injured 14. Of those 6 people, by the way, 4 were male. I know. In a shooting, stabbing, and vehicle ramming spree near the campus of University of California at Santa Barbara. Got it. Okay. 3 women were shot outside of a sorority house before executing his deadly attack. Rogers bemoaned not being able to find a girlfriend on social media, documenting his hatred of women, interracial couples, and planned retribution. Okay. Then we get on to 2018, Alec Manassian, which you guys probably already know about. We can keep going on and on and on. Let's see. Moving down here. But I want to get to the bottom here. While the Secret Service might be known for its protection of presidents of past and present, the agency has long studied and implemented behavioral threat assessment programs designed to identify potentially dangerous or violent situations that do not meet criminal thresholds. Those meet pretty criminal thresholds, particularly the guy that was the hot yoga killer guy, because he certainly has a criminal record. Tuesday's report intended to identify early warning signs of misogynistic extremists with the goal of early intervention. Traditionally, law enforcement and other public safety officials focus on crimes. Dr. Lena Al-Thari, director of NTAC, said, and so if there's a direct threat or a criminal statute violated, they often feel that they can't do anything. But what we know from the research is that we know communities doing this successfully is that if you have trained personnel in their threat assessment, identifying the warning signs and knowing what the proper resources are available, that's when you have successful stories. Okay. Behavioral threat assessment programs can be developed in any environment. Okay. So now the rest of this is them just basically justifying the actual work. So my question is this: do violent video games create mass murderers? We already know the answer to that. Mike Sartain, if you're watching, you already know that as well. The answer is no. We've been doing those for quite some time. Does heavy metal music, does Judas Priest motivate guys to go out there, or Marilyn Manson, God forbid, motivate guys to go out and commit, let's say, acts of atrocity? No, they don't. Does pornography inspire men to go out and commit EPAR? No, it doesn't. If anything, it probably prevents that. So the idea that the quote-unquote incelosphere in any way motivates guys who weren't already motivated and weren't crazy to begin with to go out there and actually to actually enact this stuff. It's like saying, well, what was it? Timothy McVeigh was part of some sort of network of guys who were like really wanted to go out. He was inspired to do it. No, he's already inspired to do it because he guys was nuts, or Ted Kaczynski, or Jeffrey Dahmer, or whatever. I mean, you can make those comparisons. You can pretty much attach crazy to damn near anything. But why now? Why is there no yellow, red, orange rating system? How afraid should we be? And by the way, this isn't just in the United States. It's also in the UK. It's in Canada right now. And so a lot of these guys are looking at this and they're going, oh my God, they're getting this information and they're interpreting it wrong. And so suddenly they're all misogynists right now. And honestly, you're going to find well, let's say, who are the most notorious guys in that sphere that have committed acts of atrocity? Because I can't say the word, right? Well, you got Elliot Rodger. Everybody looks back to that. Then you got Alec Manassian. Okay. Those two. And those are the guys that have actually admitted to it. I think Elliot Rodger's pretty much cut and dried. We know what that's all about. Alec Manassian. So let's see. Elliot Rodgers, 2014. Alec Manassian, 2018. When was the hot yoga thing? Was that 2018 or 2019? I think it was 2019. I don't think it was in 2020. Maybe it was 2020. Who knows? Yeah, pretty much. Thank you for that, ML. Do they want to introduce a mandatory gelding law? They don't need to. That's called pornography. They're already sedating you very, very effectively right now, ML. But the idea is that, well, these dangerous guys that are on these forums, it's like, I looked at some of these other studies and I'm saying they are really kind of barking up the wrong tree, or they're trying to inflate numbers that they think, like, actually I shouldn't say that. They're not inflating numbers, but they want you to believe that those numbers are like significant. Like, these are the members of this forum. These are the average demographics of these guys. They follow YouTube channels that have 130,000 subs. What? There's fishing channels with more than that. But I think that the idea really behind most of this stuff is this sort of midterm election year of the woman. Feed them fear, sell them security. Don't worry, ladies. The NSA, the Secret Service, well, in this case, the Secret Service is on the job. And I think that this is kind of sets a dangerous precedent, because then you're going to have these conversations with people who think that you're just pulling numbers out of your ass. Who are like, essentially, like, when I get upset, sorry, and sometimes I get a little worked up, but when I get all kind of pissed off about inaccuracy, and you guys heard me talk about this before, if you're going to be a representative of the red pill in any capacity, at least strive for some kind of accuracy. At the very least, know where the research that you're quoting, know the name, the year, where it came from. That would be at least a step in the right direction. Because what will happen is you will have people who I said in the past are confidently ignorant of something they got no business talking about in the first place, that other people will see and they'll go, oh my gosh, this guy must be legit. No, it's bullshit, because these guys simply don't have any history to understand that. Again, I was writing about Elliot Rodger back in 2014. I remembered the day it happened. Hell, Sam Bada remembers the day it happened, because he texted me and said, hey, did you just hear what happened in Santa Barbara? We were there 3,000 years ago, Gandalf. We were there. We saw it. Wait, here we go.
I was there 3,000 years ago.
I was there 3,000 years ago. Old man Rollo just yelling at the clouds again. No, man. So when I see stuff like this, so you got two in 8 years, and here we are 12 years now. Okay, so you got 2 in 12 years, maybe 3 in 12 years. And now you got the guy who is writing a manifesto or something about, oh, thank you very much for that. Writing some sort of if you think that is like the 70th, what's funny to me is, like, I will quote a guy, like, you probably don't know who Thomas Ball is. Thomas Ball was a guy who set himself on fire in front of I want to say it was a Virginia courthouse, because he just got dragged through the divorce machine and the child support machine, and the just essentially it's where if you've read I think it was my second book, I did an essay, and then it ended up as a chapter in preventive. I think it was preventive medicine. It was an essay called "The Second Set of Books," and I took that. By the way, I lifted that title from Thomas Ball, because he left 100,000-page manifesto that basically boils down to people don't play by the same set of rules. There's the set of rules that we think everyone else in society, or everyone else, in, whether it's in personal or political or religious or whatever, there's the first set of books that everybody believes that this is the rule set that everybody is playing by. And then he said there's the second set of books that are the actual rules. This is actually what's going on there. Thank you very much. It's the second set of books. Sam, do me a favor and put that in the chat so people can go check that out if they want to. But nobody talked. This guy had a manifesto. He just set himself on fire. He didn't take anybody with him. He just set himself on fire, like that monk in Vietnam, right? Self-immolation to make a point. I mean, he was going to kill himself anyway. Well, what prompted him to do that? Nobody's going to say anything about that. Let me get to supers real quick here. We're at the top of the hour, and I do have announcements to make. Zomboy says, Rollo, promise us you will eviscerate Jordan Peterson's marriage series when it's released. Is it not already released? Maybe the first part is. Do you really want me to do that? I will if you want me to. Hey, Rollo, is it an example of the alpha fuck side of hypergamy? Female teachers sleeping with two students because as an adolescent, they have nothing to offer the beta buck side. Yeah, yes. But there's more to it than that as well, Kanye. You want me to give you the breakdown of that? The real deal on that is you got to remember, and I'll show you stats of this later. 77% of the teachers that you will have in the United States will be female from preschool all the way to post-grad. So when people say, wow, what's going on with this rise in, female teachers knocking it out with their students, which of course is basically the definition of statutory EPAR. They are rapists. Yes, that's what these women are because it meets the definition, right? Those kids, and they are kids, 14, 15 years old, 13, 14, 15, whatever the age of consent happens to be in whatever that state is. The rules is the rules. Remember we said the old set of rules and the new set of rules? Well, at least the ones we think should apply to everybody don't apply to females, don't apply to women. So when you see that happen, like what's the first thing out of here? Even Bill Maher. Oh man, boy, teachers, I wish I would have had teachers like that back when I was in school. Where were those hot girls that were on to get with me? No, dude, you wouldn't say that about, imagine this. Imagine, ladies, can you imagine saying this? There's a male teacher, and he essentially has statutorily EPARs a 14-year-old girl or 15-year-old girl that is his student. Is your first inclination to say, wow, where were these hot guy teachers? And when I was 14 years old, geez, I would have loved to have had a guy like that come on to me. Do you say that? Of course you don't say that because it equates to statutory EPAR. Why? Because that girl cannot give consent. We have rules. We have laws. That's why I say that. So that's number one. Number two is this. The reason why it's so prevalent, or it's rising in prevalency, is because there's more women that are in teaching. That's why. It's simple saturation. The pool is greater. They're with 77% of all the teachers in the world, 77% of them are women. It stands to odds that in those instances, there will be a rise in that sort of thing. Why do they want to do that? Well, if you look at I've done shows with Pat Campbell about this back in the day because that's how old this is. But they tend to follow a predictable pattern. They tend to be younger teachers. They tend to be like in their mid-20s to like mid-30s, somewhere around there. And if you go and you look at their husbands, once they get arrested and they're in jail, their husbands like stand by them. They don't divorce them. They're like, oh, we're going to get through this together, me and my wife, blah, 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 blah. They tend to be married. Most of them tend to be married. And are they getting with those guys because they're alphas? They're as close to alpha as they're going to probably get in their daily lives. It's proximity at that point. Those women probably don't have access to young men whatsoever, and they tend to be married to guys who tend to be more beta. So yeah, there is definitely a pattern in all that, Kanye. Let's see, sir, I bend the knee. Thank you very much. You can kiss my ring. Yes, you can kiss my ring. Wait, here we go. This is for you.
You can't handle the truth.
I have new sound drops. Let's see. It's not depressing to know. It's me. It's for me. It's a huge relief. Now I finally know what's going on and what would take to change my situation. Thank you very much. That's what I try to do, man. Again, I just work here. All I'm doing is I'm just giving information, right? How are you going to interpret it? Debate Destiny on the topic of Evo Psych is crap, as he has said on Fresh and Fit podcast. Okay, I'll go there. Would you like me to give you you want me to go through Steve Stewart Williams stuff to Destiny? I'll be happy to do that for you. Even if he's full of shit. Yeah, okay. Do you think he would even remember that? Because here's the thing. If I did that, do you think that he would go, well, you got me on a few of these things, but give me, concede a point. That's what it would end up being like. Well, Upon further consideration, I'm actually full of shit, but upon further consideration, I think you might have some valid points there. But then again, so do I. Will you grant me those? No, I won't. Let's see. The Red Blue War, just as tall trees are. Wait, hold on. This is too poetic. Hold on a second. Just as tall trees are known by their shadows, so are good men known by their enemies. Keep informing, Rollo. I will. Maybe that wasn't the best music for that. I need some like dramatic ass music. Who are you? Courasier? You French? You French? I fought in your general dialect. Could you possibly do a show on the implications of future tech on sexual market and intergender dynamics, such as gene therapy, sex robots, gay pills? I've actually talked about that a little bit. So here's my problem with that is I've done those shows. Okay. I've talked about genetics. By the way, if you want to know, like when the whole nonsense was going on with the beer bug, when everybody wanted you to get the jab, get the shot, whatever the hell we were talking about. And the moment I saw it, that it was actually a genetic kind of thing, it was like an mRNA thing, that's when I was like, and I was fortunate enough to prior to there was even a shot to have in the first place. I'd seen this documentary. And it was on Netflix, and it was called Unnatural Selection. If you want me to do that show before I do that show, go watch that documentary, assuming it's even still on Netflix right now. But I watched that, and what it was is it's kind of like it was sort of like your garage kit genetic engineering show. And you think I'm joking? No, you can actually order online kits to do your own forms of genetic sort of engineering. And there was a guy who was a dog breeder who used it. There's another story about a kid who had like some sort of like semi-permanent or like had blindness in his eyes, and they did some genetic RNA monkey business on his eyes. And so he was like, they said it by the end of the show that he was like getting his eyesight back. Then they got into, should we make the mice or the rats in Martha's Vineyard sterile? Should we genetically modify mosquitoes in Africa so that they don't carry dengue fever? We just basically sterilize them. There's a lot of different like back and forth. And should we ask the people's permission to do this, or should we just go and do it on our own kind of thing? It was really good, but the nuts and bolts of it really kind of woke me up to some stuff. And so I kind of used a little bit of that in religion in my fourth book, just slightly, because what I was kind of getting into at that time was that right now our ideologies and the discussions that we're having at this stage of sort of like human development are going to affect how we go about using sort of genetic manipulation in the future. So the ideal, for instance, you said the gay pill, right? Okay. So what that really breaks down in my book anyways, is if, as homosexuals would like to say, that they were born that way, right? It's a genetic thing. I was just born gay. I can't help the way I feel, blah, blah, blah. I don't happen to agree with that. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I don't happen to agree with that. I tend to think of like homosexuality as being like sort of a behavioral set. So yeah, when they say I can't help it, they probably genuinely believe that. I got it. But let's just say for sake of argument, they're correct. There is a genetic component, and there's, jury's still out on that. It might be, it might not. And yes, I understand about the testosterone and the uterus and the amniotic fluids, whatever. I got you. Don't worry. I know that stuff. But what the real question is this, is that if homosexuality is a genetic condition and it is something that we can that we can engineer out of the human race, do we do it? Should we go and engineer should we engineer humans so they are always heterosexual? Is it a genetic flaw? Is what I'm really asking. For instance, what is it? Down syndrome. Imagine a world where the Down syndrome is never, when human beings we've cured Down syndrome. Should we do that? Is that desirable? Is that a defect Do we see that as a defect, or do we see that as like, hey, now we can't have the mentally disabled child, because I can't say the R word, right? Can we have a world where that doesn't exist anymore? Does that make for a stronger, better human race? If you're answering that question right now, that's what's going to be answering that question in the future. So if we can say, well, you're homosexual, well, sorry, Mrs. Jones, your son, your daughter is going to be homosexual, but don't worry, we've got this gene therapy that we can do while the fetus is developing, and we can 100% assure that it won't be, because we're just going to pull out the gay gene, and that's how we're going to work it out. Should we do that? Because that's the question I got into this, by the way. If you want to read more about this, it's in my 4th book where I talk about this. But the ideologies and the discussions that we're having, whether it's ethical or religious or even just pragmatic and practical, should we do that? Again, I'm not going to say yes or no. I'm pointing out the question right there is really what we're going to have to really come up with an answer for that shit at some point. And then, of course, you just asked me about what about exogenesis? What if we had a birthing pod and all you had to do is jizz in the pod and 9 months later a baby jumps out and you're now a single father? Well, you laugh now. Trust me, they're probably. I have seen the stories about this. Are they legit? I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, we're still having that discussion. So, is that good? Is that bad? I would say it's bad, but that's just me. That's me being an opinionist, right? I'm being judgmental. So yeah, I will tell you that. I think pragmatically and practically, that's probably not a good idea. But, women can decide whether or not they want to be single mothers day in and day out. They can electively do that. So why wouldn't men be able to do that? And why is it that we don't have a safe, reliable form of male birth control in 2022? We can we can sterilize all the mice in Martha's Vineyard, but we can't figure out how to sterilize guys and then make them fertile again. We can't do that. We can point out the fact that either they are unable or they are unwilling to do that. I'll just leave it at that. Kyle, you know how it goes. They tell 2 friends, they tell 2 friends, and they tell 2 friends, and they tell their friends, and so on and so on and so on. And yes, you are correct, which is one of the reasons why I've kept my mouth shut about what I'm going to tell you later. Bob Moneybags, just read your first book. It was great. Why, thank you, my friend. Where is that? There we go. Could you clarify the alpha thing with the Australian kid that threw the house party and was on the news? That's what makes him alpha exactly. Okay, so you are referring to a young gentleman by the name of Corey Worthington. And remember, Corey Worthington is no longer the alpha Buddha that he once was. I refer to Corey Worthington as the alpha Buddha because he was probably the best at the time. At the time, he was probably the best example that I could find of a guy who was so naturally alpha that he was unaware that he was naturally alpha. So all of his responses to the Australian, I'm trying to remember her name, but it'll never come to me. This kid threw this big house party. It cost $25,000 in damage or something close to that. And while his parents were away, he was something like 19 or 20, or maybe he's in early 20s, I think. And was just on top. He had the big, sometimes I use a meme for Corey Worthington. He had these really big sunglasses and he was very, very notorious at that time. Now, the reason why I called him the Alpha Buddha is because everything that kind of proceeded from his natural attitude was not forced. It was not planned. It was just organic. It was like a Zen state of alphaness. That's why I used him as an example in the book. Okay. Hi, Pearl. How are you doing? Thank you. You know what? Here you go. There's your $20. 20 pounds. Are you back in the UK? I'll give you. You know what, Pearl? Do me a favor and go at what's her name? Authentic Observer. You really want to sort of like men fence or men bridges. Go after her. Rollo, always with the logic. Period. Okay, thank you. Period. I think it's what you meant to say. Thomas, Mr. Anderson. They want to censor red pill content, erase the data that red pill examines, of course, or they want to de-emphasize aspects of it for sure, and forbid future research that encourages red pill discussions as promoting violence. Yes. Yeah, you're probably right about that. If we can in some way conflate information that might in some way be construed as red pill, then yeah. Buy hard copies. Okay, thank you very much for your. In fact, that you get one of these. Thank you. Thank you very much for your thing. Buy hard copies of Rollo's books and save your research sources now. Yeah, do so. Buy your books with cash. The unfortunate joke that I've talked about in the past is that there will come a time, and maybe we're fast approaching, that men will be reading The Rational Male by candlelight in some cave somewhere, like Christians in communist China at some point. Where is this? What'd you say? Did you see Destiny's girlfriend call Tate insecure? Yes, I did. You know what's funny is like insecurity is always the go-to. I understand like MGTOWs and SPERGTOWs or whatever. They think that that's shaming language, and it kind of is, but you got to understand the function behind that. I'll give you some advice. I don't give advice. This is not prescription, but this is just be aware. How about this? I am raising awareness in this next comment here. When you see stuff like that, and especially if it's like somebody that you might even agree with them, right? But always call out the language, right? Always stop people in their tracks. And I've mentioned this before. I did this with one of the girls on Access Vegas. I said, stop. Did you see what you're doing? When you see that happen, you don't necessarily have to be in the same room with them, but you can say, hey, okay, stop. What is she doing? What is she doing by saying, oh, Tate's insecure? Trust me. Andrew Tate is anything but insecure. He knows exactly what he's doing. But the go-to shaming tactic, I don't even call it a shaming tactic. I think that's a mistake to call that what she said here, like, oh, he's insecure in his masculinity. Why is it not this? Why is it not like, well, I am so secure in my masculinity that I will not allow my wife to go fuck strangers on Tinder. That's how secure I am in my masculinity. I have zero tolerance for infidelity. I have zero tolerance for anything that even smells like cuckolding. But if I say that, then their natural default response, well, you're just insecure in your masculinity. You should be okay with that. Let it roll off your back. No, I shouldn't. Because if you look at things from an innate evolutionary perspective, there's a reason for jealousy. There's a reason for mate guarding. And guys like Jeff Miller and Dr. Jeff Miller and Destiny and all these guys who want to shit who know better, who know the stats, who know the science, who know evolution. If you're still promoting poly as some sort of viable option in the post-marriage age, you need to go back to your books and figure out why it is that you think that. Because when somebody says you're insecure in your masculinity, stop them right there and say, why did you say that? Why do you think what about me? What, if anything, what have I said in the last 2 sentences that would in any way make you think that I am insecure in my masculinity, whether that's Andrew Tate or me or anyone else? What? Tell me what. Because what you'll get to is you'll boil it down and you'll distill it down to emotionalism versus empiricism, or emotionalism versus pragmatism, emotionalism versus freaking evolved human nature is what you'll boil it down to. And the discussion that you will eventually have is, okay, well, I think you're insecure in your masculinity. I think you're insecure in this. Like, the reason why you think that is because what I have said, the data that I've just brought out to you in as rational and reasonable way as I can put it forth, contradicts and challenges your ego investments in your convictions. And they are convictions of belief. Whether she's probably not religious. I kind of doubt Destiny is too. But it's a contradiction and it's a challenge to those beliefs because it's a religion. Trust me. You want to talk about ideologies? That's definitely an ideology. What is it about what I just said challenges your convictions? Well, blah, 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 blah. No, I'm presenting you with data. I'm presenting you with hard facts. But your only counter to that is, I think you're insecure. And you know what that is? It's exactly the same as if a woman's, it's another variation of who hurt you. It's another variation of, I can't compete with that. I don't have any counter arguments to that. I have nothing. I got nothing. So, but you're a very bad person for challenging my convictions. So therefore, I have to redirect the conversation back from an empirical conversation over to the only language I know how to speak, which is, of course, emotionalism. And that's what that's all about. Sorry. Thank you for your $2 chat or super chat. Oh, my goodness. Wait, here, you get the first one today. Do you know how someone on the spectrum can improve? I presume you mean autism spectrum or the Asperger's spectrum. There are ways, actually, like conditioning. First of all, is it a genetic thing? You could probably make that case. I think that guys on the spectrum in eras past in society, and by the way, social like there are certain social conditions that exacerbate or buffer that, if you know what I'm talking about. So, for instance, like people ask me this, they'll say, Rollo, why do violent men exist, right? Wouldn't they have been like sort of weeded out of the gene pool? Why do barbarians exist, right? Well, we need barbarians, and this is not me talking. This is like the popular concept anyways. The reason why we need barbarians, we need some son of a bitch who's like crazy as hell to go into the enemy camp and just kill everybody. We need somebody because that guy has a necessity. He has a very specific purpose, but we need one guy who's crazy enough to go out there, whether he lives or he dies. We still need those guys to go out there, right? Why is it that women are attracted? Why is it that only women have hybristophilia? If you don't know what hybristophilia is, it is the tendency for women to fall in love and be sexually aroused and attracted to convicted criminals, like murderers. Okay. Why does that exist? Right? How come men aren't attracted to females who are like, convicted, killers? Why? Why is there no fan club for? There's a fan club for what? Anders Breivik. There's a fan club for the Boston Marathon bomber kid. There's a fan club, a teenage fan club for Nicholas Cruz. But there ain't no male fan club for like their parallels. Let's just say in prison. No dude wants conjugal visits with a convicted felon or murderess in jail. Very, to my knowledge, anyways. I'm certainly not in the same numbers, let's just say. But why does that exist? Like, not all women are hybristophiles, but only women are hybristophiles. Why? Well, the idea, of course, is that like from a genetic predisposition, we needed those guys to some degree. Anyways, I mean, keep them like they're the crazy ones. Keep Conan and Genghis Khan over here. Keep them on a leash until they, get out of hand. But they were necessary, and that's why. That's the sociological evolutionary evolutionary sociology. Is there such a thing? It probably is. The theory, anyways. And so, therefore, it wasn't weeded out of the gene pool. Now, why is it that we still have Asperger's syndrome and autism still representative in the human race? Wouldn't that have been, you would think that those guys would have been weeded out of the gene pool. Well, are we just more aware of them now? I don't know. I do know this, though. I do know that societal conditions, certainly environmental conditions, will either predispose that sort of personality to either to flourish or to be completely, extinguished. So it kind of just depends on what the challenges are of that particular environment. So is there some way to improve? Well, what's improve? Elon Musk is very public about the fact that he has Asperger's syndrome. Do you mean improve like that? I would argue that probably a guy like Jeff Bezos and maybe some of these other guys are these smart motherfuckers who are like, in charge of like multi-million-dollar corporations. They are probably on the spectrum too. They improve that way or improve like, how do I get laid? Like, so I guess it's kind of like, what's your definition of improvement on that? Can I be more normal? Well, you know what? Since we're on the topic, and I told you I would have some stats for you. Here's the 4 laws of behavioral genetics. Now, people are saying, "Well, you need to debate destiny about Evo Psych." Well, here's where I would start. The 4 laws of behavioral genetics. First law: all traits are partially heritable. So if you're on the spectrum, there's a high probability that you inherited it from one of your parents. Identical twins reared apart are more similar than fraternal twins reared apart, who are more similar than non-relatives reared apart. The second law: the effect of genes is larger than the effect of the shared environment. This is where social constructionism falls flat on its ass. By adulthood, identical twins reared together are little or no more similar than identical twins reared apart. Ditto adopted for siblings. Okay. Now, granted, these are twin studies, but there's also, you can look at this in other species as well. So third law, a lot of variance in behavioral traits isn't attributable to either genes or the shared environment. Identical twins reared together, shared genes plus shared environment are not identical. Fourth law: most complex, and these are laws, by the way, this isn't just some theory that they're pulling out of their asses here. Most complex traits are shaped by many genes of small effect. Now, this is where I talked about how if they ever found out like whether a gene was like a gay gene or something like that, there are no common genes that increase or decrease IQ by, say, 5 points. But there are hundreds, even thousands of genes that increase or decrease IQ by a tiny fraction of a point. So really what that's saying is, like, genetically speaking, there are aspects of your personality, there are aspects of what you're about. What are you, introvert or extrovert? That can be directly traced to genetic expression, let's just say. And that's why I said, like, perhaps, again, getting into the theoretical. And again, I'm not an endocrinologist. I'm not a neurologist. I'm just making questions here. Perhaps if a series of genes were complex enough that we could use, like, say, quantum computing or something else, that we can, like, track all these genes, like say, okay, this combination of genes, that'll make you gay. Okay, well, how do we stop that? Oh, well, we can just pull this one out and this one out, and then now you're heterosexual. Like, we discovered the combination, assuming there is a combination. We found the combination, we pulled it out, and we cured you of being gay. Should we do that? That's where nature versus nurture kind of falls apart. This, by the way, kills the debate. Like, dead on arrival. The nature versus nurture issue is over. It has been over for like probably 2 or 3 decades right now, and just nobody wants to talk about this because we have built a society on the idea of the blank slate. We have built a social order based on, don't worry, everybody's born equal, and just do your best kind of thing. All men are created equal, and no, they're not. No, they are not. Simple as that. Men and women are different. Men and men are different. Women and women are different. I can show you that. Here we go again. You want me to keep going? I'll give you those. Now, people say, well, what about the effects of society? Society says that we should do that. Fuck society. No, you are the one that making the choice to do that. And what about free will and choice? Again, they're still doing studies about, like, consciousness and free will and everything, and the jury's still out on that. I'm of the opinion that people still do have, like, free will and choice, but within certain parameters, definitely. But the idea that social constructionism is what defines our experience as human beings is absolute horseshit and has been disproven ages ago. But we're still having this 20th century old order conversation because we cling to it like a fucking safety, security blanket. Don't take my social conditioning away or social constructionism away. No, they don't want that. Because if they did, they would have to reevaluate their own identities. They would have to restructure who they are in their own heads if you pull that security blanket away from them. That's where I would start with destiny. Right there. Nature versus nurture is over. And your overdependence on the blank slate, social constructionism, and your just loving religion of fucking emotionalism, that's where I will destroy you. Absolutely rip you down and build you back up again too, because I'm just cool like that. But that's where I would start. And that's where I'll start with pretty much anybody, including what I'm going to do on Tuesday. So we'll keep going here because I got to get to these super chats before I tell you what I'm doing Tuesday. Did you see Destiny's Girlfriend Called? Okay, we already talked about that. Thank you. Did I catch everybody? I think I got up to everybody. CRISPR. Yeah, CRISPR, by the way, see, CRISPR is this. That you will know what CRISPR means if you go and you watch Unnatural Selection. Highly recommended, especially for my students, for my classroom. Please.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Go watch Unnatural Selection. Is it even still on? Can somebody go look that up for me? See if it's still, is that even still available? Can you watch that on Netflix anymore? Especially after 2020. I did not see. Well, actually, I think I did. Was that on Jet? No, was that on Adam Sosnick show? I think so. Excuse me. Devil Mountain Coffee. What time is it? Well, 1:40. I got 20 minutes before I make an announcement. Sorry, I told you top of the hour. It's been almost 2 hours. Well, mid show. All right. Yeah, that's funny. I like, I tend to just read the super chats. I apologize, but sometimes you guys have some good takes, even though they're not necessarily. What's this? Let me see this. They will just dilute the red pill like religion, taking the emotionally comforting parts and rejecting, demonizing the foundations. Yeah, they're already doing that. Essentially, that's why it's like, God. Okay, I'm going to save that till what time is it right now? I'll save that till about 3 o'clock my time. Then they will lecture Rollo on the. Yeah. Here's what. So what you're saying is, no, Kathy Newman. That's not what I'm saying. Here we go.
Say my name.
Hey Rollo, I've read all of your Rational Male books. Thank you. Unlike a lot of other people who claim to be my friends. How about a Rational Male documentary? It will be the greatest red pill movie ever. Wow, funny you should say that, because that's exactly what Kevin Savo, Rocky Savo, Mark Savo, and myself are working on, courtesy of you guys who are the holders of the Red Pill Lions NFT. Oh, that scamming NFT? Yeah, the same one that we announced back in February of this year? That we've made good on all of our utilities. We're still here. We're creating more utilities. And by utilities, I mean, we fly people out to Las Vegas. We have them out at the CME. We have and I still need this, by the way, Rocky. We have a cologne. I had nothing to do with that. I just saw that. I'm like, we have a cologne. It's called Cold Approach. Go pick it up. We got merch. We got all kinds of stuff. And I'm happy to say that Miguel from Dollar Cost Crypto is behind us 100%. Thank you for that, especially in an age where everybody says that NFTs are scams. And for the large part, they'd be right, except for ours. How do I know that? How can Rollo say that? Because we're still here in the worst crypto market in history. We're still fucking here. We're still doing it, right? We still have our NFT rocking and rolling. So there you go. Don't talk shit about our NFT. Don't talk shit about the Red Pill Alliance. By the way, if you don't follow Kevin and you don't follow Rocky, especially now, because they're doing the Red Pill Lions podcast, and they're doing a pretty guys. But I got to give you this. There you go. That's for Kevin and Rocky and Mark, and I don't know if Nikki's still doing it. But they've got their own podcast. Go check it out. It's the Red Pill Lions podcast. It's not just some big long sales pitch for the NFT. We use the NFT to fund projects like a documentary that's for Red Pill and Rational Male, which, by the way, we are already got the outline for. We'll be doing work on that starting 2023. Let's see. Yeah. How so, Moose? There's that attention you wanted. How so, asshat? Come on. Tell me what I'm selling. Tell me what the oil is. Show me what the oil is. I really want to know. What's that? You went and let's see. How many of these did you put in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's keep going. You got banned after 11. Okay. Thanks for that. You went to a lot of trouble to put 11 chats in there to spam my chats. Well, what is it? What am I selling, asshole? Tell me. Let's go. You see, here's the thing is like a lot of people say you should ignore your hater. Oh, no. I don't think you should ignore your haters. At least, I mean, in a large part you should. But you tell me. Oh, hot damn. Hang on one second. Hold on. We have a visiting royalty here today. Hang on. Damn it. I just saw Sorlita, I love you. You're not exactly royalty, but you're my island girl. Rollo, I had a hard time understanding why she was even in the podcast. I felt like she was stealing Destiny's spot. She was. Let's see. I think she forced herself into the party. Yeah, she probably did. Sorrelita, you are correct, my friend. DC, in your last book, you mentioned the Players Workshop series. Yes, I've just filmed the first module of those. They will be available probably in first quarter of 2023. The reason why they're taking so long is because I've got to do 5 of them, and I want them to be high quality. Okay. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about the Players Workshop series of videos. What I'm going to do is I've never done a teachable thing. I've never done Kajabi. I've never done a classes or anything like that. When I wrote the Player's Handbook, I wrote it as if it was going to be a textbook. A textbook for what? For Players workshops, right? I don't know what the hell to call them. I guess just what I call them in the book. But really what it is I'm doing a series of videos that coincide with each of the chapters in each of the sections. So if you have read the Player's Handbook, if you're already into it, right? And that's, again, you don't have to do any of this. Okay. I'm not selling you anything you don't want, but I've had such an overwhelming demand for this. I said, okay, fine. I'm going to do video classes. If people want it, I'll do it. If you want to have a Zoom call afterwards, I'll be happy to do that as well. Miguel's helping me with that. We're funding it. We're doing this. Or I'm probably going to shoot most of it at Sticky Paws. But I want it to be more like a masterclass. If you know what masterclass is, like a masterclass, if you look at the app masterclass and you look at the video, the quality of video, that's what I'm after. I could do it right here. And I could just talk to you just like I am now, but I want something that's, I want to sit on a couch, have a cup of coffee, explain stuff. And I'm really what those videos are about is each chapter that is part of the 5 sections in the Player's Handbook will have a parallel video to go with that. Some of them might have a little crossover, but like for the most part, they'll be in 8 to 12 minute videos, maybe 20 minutes max. But like I'm thinking probably average around like 10, 12 minutes. And essentially what it is it's just a discussion, and it's the common questions that I've got from that book, which is in some really for the last, since I published the Player's Handbook, I've had at least 2 or 3 months where it has outsold the original book. So it's a very popular book right now. If you haven't got it, this is I always put this up at the end, but I'll put it up really quickly right now. This is the Player's Handbook. Okay. And yes, it was the #1 bestseller in dating. And I mean #1 bestseller, not #1 best or new release. Okay. And by the way, dating, that's a real category. That's like a hard section. That's a hard place to get #1. And it was on there for, I believe, 4 or 5 weeks when it was going. I knocked this one book off #1. It was like Why Men Love Bitches, which is now back to being #1 again. But when I first released the Player's Handbook, I was #1 for about, I want to say 5 weeks, 4 or 5 weeks. Like maybe Sam knows the stats on that. However, as far as the video series, the first modules for that, which will be the first 2 sections of the 5 sections of the Player's Handbook, will be out in Q1 of next year. Let's see. Is Asperger's just he doesn't think like a chick? No. Let me show you something. Since we're talking about stats here, where do I have the stats for that? Sorry, I've got some things I want to cover today, but this was not one of the things I put out there. People get really upset. You guys are going to get upset by this. So let me, but I'm not here to coddle you. So go see if I can grab this stat for you. And my data images here. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Here's the data sets. Sorry, my data sets are over here. And oh, you guys are definitely not going to like this one. And where's the other one? Oh. I had people, in fact, I have this one one behavioral. Pictures of Neil Strauss. You guys want to see Neil Strauss, what he looks like these days? Oh, here it is. Okay. Yeah. The autism stats. All right. This is going to really, you guys aren't going to like this correlation, but I'm going to show it to you anyways. Okay. So let me grab that and grab that. Open those up and there we go. Okay. So here's the number one. Here's one. Since you guys are on the topic of, since you guys are on the topic of autism and everything and being on the spectrum. Now I realize Asperger's syndrome is not necessarily related to autism, but this is the prevalence. Autism prevalence, it has increased 178% since 2000. Okay. Look at 1970. By the way, it kind of coincides with my report on 1971. So that's the surveillance year. So you've got 1995, 1 in 1,000. 1999, 1 in 500. So you're looking at a 4-year span between those two. And then you've got, wait, can I do it? Oh, I can. All right. Then you've got, wait a minute. So you got right from here, just from here to here, you're looking at that's halved in 4. Now, are we more aware of it? Or is there a sudden increase? Now, people will say, oh, it's the vaccine, blah, blah, blah. I think it's probably something else. But now it's 1 in 150, right? Why did it stay static from 2000 to 2002? And what happened in 2002 that led to this in 2 years? And what happened here? Where do you see these jumps? Now, right now, as of, well, this is as of 2016. I don't even know what the stats are for this right now. There's probably updated stats for this. But what is like as of 2016? Oh, sorry, reported in 2020. Oh, this was so it was reported in 2020 because I think I was in the stats or from the census or is it? No, CDC. Reported by the CDC in 2020. As of 2016, it was 1 in 54 individuals. That's a very if you look at that spike, that is a very, very significant spike in autism. Is it something chemical? It could be. You guys, you tell me, man. I'm not an expert in any of this. But I would say this is that if that already existed, there are certain environmental considerations, whether that's, the rise of the internet, which is where I would go with this, but that's just me. I'm making a correlation here because what happened during those years? Well, we got social media. What's happening in the quote unquote incelosphere? Does the incelosphere have anything to do with that? Is that why the incelosphere sort of exists? Because more boys, and by the way, it is boys that are more autistic than girls. Is that correlative? Now, here's where I'm going to piss you guys off. And I apologize in advance for doing this because this is really going to ruffle some feathers. But you know me. Here we go. A study of over 600,000 adults finds that those who are transgender and gender diverse are 6 times more likely to have a diagnosis of autism than cisgendered adults, meaning heterosexual, heteronormative adults. This is from nature.com, elevated rates of autism. I'll give you the stats. This is Claire Lehman. I kind of have mixed feelings about Claire these days. She's kind of, in some ways, she kind of jumped the shark, and in some ways, she'll throw something out like this as of 2020, and this really ruffles feathers. So 600,000 adults, those who are transgender and gender diverse, are 6 times more likely to have a diagnosis of autism. How does that gel with the throw this away here? How does that gel with that spike in autism? You want stats? You tell me, man. You guys tell me. I just work here. That's definitely correlated. Let's just be honest here. What is it about this quote unquote need to have our pronouns reaffirmed, our language reaffirmed, our 72 different genders that are based on, social constructionism reaffirmed? Does that have anything to do with it? Because those are hard numbers. That's the data. That's the research. That's the set. How do we read that? How do we interpret that? Does it crush your ego investments in your own identity? Probably. Probably hard, right? So when we're looking at his Asperger's, he just no. Maybe he just wants to be a chick. Who knows? We've got the we've got the data sets that really kind of screw things up for us right there. Who else is giving you this data? Who else goes and looks this shit up? I would like to know, because I ain't getting the call from Lex Friedman. Destiny is, but not. I'll tell you else who's, but I'll tell you somebody who did get the call for the content number 2. Thank you. Number 2. Okay. Thank you very much. You know what, Pearl? Here you go. There you go. Michael. Thoughts on cloning? I think cloning could, from my bonehead, armchair. I'm a clone lord. Fabius Bile. Call me Fabius Bile. Only a few people will get that. If you know, you know. You know what I hope? I hope cloning actually becomes something after a while. You know why? Because I still have like some teeth from my old greyhounds that I really love so much. I would love to clone them. But again, they probably wouldn't be the same greyhounds because whatever. Anyways, what are my thoughts on cloning? Again, I don't have too many thoughts on cloning, but I will say this is that the ideas and the ideology that we have in 2022 will affect how we make decisions about cloning in the future. Good night. Hi, Rollo. What's more relevant, IQ or EQ? IQ, cognitive ability far outweighs emotional quotient or emotional intelligence. In fact, I would argue there is no such thing as emotional intelligence. There is social skills and adaptation, so you understand like emotions from somebody else. I will read you something and I explain to you why I think that here, Mark. In fact, I'm going to star that comment and come back to it. That's too good to let go. What does he mean? Emotional intelligence is really a thing. No, it's not. And I got lots of data to show you on that one. All right, Trader. Thank you. You rock. Visiting royalty, my friends. Trader SZ is a close personal friend of mine. Thank you. And yes, I am fully aware of FTX and all that nonsense. And by the way, people, you know what kills me? People like say, hey, when are you going to do that breakdown video of Jordan Peterson about his marriage, the marriage series on Daily Wire? And you guys will throw that at me. But are you going to throw at me? What's the kid's name? Who just got from the FTX guy and his girlfriend and all. God damn, it's going to be a great show. Wednesday, by the way, I will be on with Miguel from Dollar Cross Crypto, and the topic is going to be FTX and the kid and his girlfriend and all this. There's some juice there. You want to say, oh, is there any crossover between the red pill and the crypto space? You're goddamn right. Goddamn right. And this is going to be a really great show. I'm not touching it now because I want to make sure that I know what the hell I'm talking about, because I'm like that. But me and Miguel are we're going to cover that on Wednesday. The FTX that rock the crypto markets right now. And yes, there is a red pill story to be told about that. Oh, my lover is back. Hello, lover. I just love to support you. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I love to support you too. And by support, it means support. Are you fangirling now? I knew that you would. All right. Thank you. Hi, Sarah. Sarah Davis, whose name is no longer Davis. What else do I have in here? Am I almost down at the bottom here? I'm trying to catch up before the 2 hour mark, which I have 2 more minutes to do. Get them in, get them cooked. Here. Anybody else? Moose. Come on, Moose. Rollo's a conspiracy theorist now. I can't believe it. Am I? Do you think so? Am I selling conspiracy theories? Should I do my best impression of Alex Jones? Is that what it is? If there's no boogeyman, then no one gets paid. Thank you. Yeah, that is true. Let's see what else. So yeah, I know. Of course, it's funny as I catch up to some of these things that I go, holy shit. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah. Is what you mean, the autism stats? Yeah, you are correct, my friend.
She's not a Christian!
There. Let's see. Keep going. Who would that be? Who would you want to be my successor, Moose? Since we're supposed to take you seriously enough, I mean, you spam the chat, so I guess you want to be taken seriously. My life's goal is to be a mod on your channel. You're gonna have to earn it. Let's see. Keep going. Sarah. Make the world a better place and clone Rollo so I can have a 3-way with him. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, is that H3? Maybe it is. Would you like me to explain that to you? I'll explain that to you. I had nothing to do with it. In fact, I was actually as surprised as anybody else. Well, Rich Cooper decided that he didn't want to be a part of Rule Zero anymore. People come and they go. In fact, I should do that. You know, we're at the top of the hour. I might as well just give you the announcements right now. So, and I'll start with this. I had nothing to do with, dude, once is enough, Moose. I see you. I got you, brother. Don't worry. I got you here. Okay. Dude, like 4 or 5 times. Come on, man. Come on. Here, don't worry. Settle down, man. I got you. I didn't fire MLD. Nobody fired out. You guys think I'm like the fucking director of Rule Zero? Hell, they'll fire me as much as I fire them. If I start mouthing off or I start I don't come at anybody. You'll notice this. I don't go at anybody, especially the people who have had my back in the past. So let's explain a few things about Rule Zero. Rule Zero began in June of 2019. There's a reason it began in that month, because that's the month that I had all these guys who I thought were my friends put knives in my back. It was the night of the long knives. It was like the Ides of March. Let's kill Caesar. And that's pretty much what happened, except for 5 people. Okay. There was Ryan Stone. There was Rich Cooper. There was John from Modern Life Dating. And there was Troy Francis. And do we have any? Well, I mean, you could throw Aaron Clary in there too. Okay. Those 4 core members of Rule Zero, those were the guys who had my back. No one else did. Everybody wanted to either be like Sweden in World War II, or they were just like, hey, I don't know. I don't do anything, including, by the way, Pat Campbell at that time. I regret to say. And then, of course, later on, we had a conversation where he said he regretted that. But everybody wanted to be neutral, man. Everybody wanted to get clear out, because now Anthony Johnson's going after Rollo, right? And you know what? All those people who put knives in my back, they are no longer a part of 20. Every single one of them. And in fact, Jack Murphy was one of them too. So Rule Zero was born out of all that mess that happened in June of 2019. So one of my biggest supporters, of course, was John, and Rich Cooper for that matter too. Now in October of 2021, last year, Rich said, hey, I need a sabbatical. I don't really want to do Rule Zero anymore. I got other irons in the fire. I got things to do. In fact, I understand, because it's kind of tough for me to even do Rule Zero every single Saturday when I'm in Miami or I'm in Vegas or I'm doing something else, right? So I can't always be on there, nor do I want to always be on there, because I don't want it to be the Rollo and Friends show. I said that from the very beginning. That was a running joke for us, right? And Rich said, hey, I'm done with Rule Zero. And I'm like, okay, cool. You know, we're still friends. I don't talk shit about him. He doesn't talk shit about me. He does his thing. I do mine. Okay. Then about 2 weeks ago, then he made another announcement. I had a 2-minute video saying, hey, I'm no longer part of Rule Zero, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, that was the first I heard of it. And then he, in our Twitter DMs decided that, I say, hey guys, I'm out. Okay. And that was it. That was the only conversation we had. I'll show you the screen caps if you want. I'm out. Okay. Nobody's firing anybody. Nobody's saying, hey, I want him gone. And nobody's ever said anything like that. We're all there. That's the best thing about the guys in Rule Zero, is we're like totally cool with whatever. You do what you do. We booted John Sonmez out of Rule Zero, who actually hosted once, but we booted him because the only real rule that we have in Rule 0 was if you're going to work with anybody, if you're going to work with anybody who is associated with Anthony Johnson, or you directly work with Anthony Johnson, that we can't have anything to do with you, or we're going to kick you out of this thing. That's the only rule we have. Everything else is just like, hey, what do you want to talk about? You're hosting. That's why, by the way, that we set Rule 0 up the way that we do. It's decentralized. We'll probably end up like creating a YouTube channel where we take the collection of the recorded videos and put it on there. But the shows will always be at whoever is hosting it so that they get some juice from everybody else. And it's because it's about the conversation. We're not trying to make a business out of it, which was the big mistake that me and Rich Cooper made with Anthony Johnson and the Red Man Group, right? So instead of it being some sort of like LLC or some kind of business prospect, we're like, hey, we're just going to decentralize it. Everybody gets a turn, and you guys get to decide if it's your turn to host, you get to decide what the topic is. And that's how we've worked it for, 3.5 years now. So that's where Rule 0 is at right now. I did Rule 0 yesterday. It was on Aaron Clary's channel, who is also now, he's definitely a member. We have guys who I kind of consider as sort of like the extended family. And then there's like the core members. Aaron Clary is now a core member, whether he likes it or not. Sterling Cooper is still part of the group. He hasn't hosted in a long time. How come nobody says, hey, did they kick Sterling out? No, he's got shit to do. He's in Europe. He's trying. I don't know if he's in Dubai or where the hell, Estonia. Where are you, Sterling? Hasn't done it in a while. I would have Justin Waller be a panelist. In fact, I've just been talking about bringing him in. Can he be a regular member of Rule 0? Probably not. But if he wants to, he can always be on. We had Jason Hartman on. How come you guys don't think I kicked Jason Hartman off? He's just a panelist. We had him on. I love Jason Hartman. I still work with him. We probably text me as I'm saying this. Or Robert Kiyosaki. I could have him on Rule 0 anytime I want. Why you guys think that like John's a problem here? What's this? Clone Alpha Men, please. Amazing content. Yeah, right. That would be great. Hey, there you go. I've heard JP and others talk about how poly societies are at higher violence. Yes, they are. Would you like me to give you the here? I've got data on that. Thoughts on that and how the dating market is heading. Okay, since we're doing the data show, let me give you a bit of information. I have this, it's actually in my Twitter bookmarks, as a matter of fact. I'll have to dig it up for you, but the long and the short of it is that I got to see if I can find it from Rob Henderson. I don't know that I even have these really sort of on tap, but it was the idea. Okay, so there's two things you have to remember. Let's see. Let's see if I can find this for you. Give me half a second here. I wasn't expecting to answer this question, but it might be worthwhile to answer this. You know what? Actually, while I'm here, I'm just going to share my screen with you so you can see what my bookmarks are in my YouTube or my Twitter here. I will share my screen. I don't think I'm giving up any real. Oh, there it is. No, not that one. This one. Where'd it go? I thought it was a Chrome tab. That's not it. Wait a minute. Quit out of that. Hold on. I have a lot of good data for you here. Where'd I go? Sure. Chrome tab. Oh, here we go. Okay. There we go. This one. There it is. Okay. So these are my bookmarks here. I'm glad. Actually, thank you for bringing this up, my friends at Iron Disciples. These are my own bookmarks in here. And let's see. This is funny. I had this question, by the way, from Jedediah Bila on Wednesday, and she asked me about what is it about guys in the red pill and they don't want to give their partners orgasms. This is what I quoted, by the way. This is recently. Engagement in oral sex suggests that it is a common human sexual behavior. 67% of straight men reported receiving oral sex from their partner, whereas 99% of them reported performing oral sex on their partner. Interesting. Men use cunnilingus, that's the proper scientific term, as a way to manipulate their mates and retain their mates. Men may suspect that if their partner is deciding to leave them, it may behoove them to perform sexual behaviors that they normally would not engage in. Now, the controversial part of all of that, of course, is that that's what beta male primates do to sort of service their females, because the females are more interested, especially when they go into estrus, they're more interested in the alpha males. So there's a lot of study about that. Let's see, gossip. He's got another one on here that's pretty good too. But there is that. I'm glad you brought up the poly thing, because it kind of goes against the grain for like what a Destiny or a Jack Murphy or a George, Jeff Miller would say. Let's keep going here. That wasn't it. You guys are gonna, what's gonna happen is you guys are gonna go like slowly go back. What was he looking at here? Really, it's not that interesting, especially when I do financial stuff at the IMF. That's suicide stats. Let's see. So if you guys are ever wondering like where I'm pulling, like, because I usually put these on as like screen caps. This is a good one. Male participants sacrifice more in terms of physical pain for their romantic partners and opposite sex friends than female participants. And this was just as recent as like April 2nd of this year. That's Rolf Dang. And if you don't follow Rolf, you follow all these guys, by the way, please do. Rob Henderson has 104,000 followers and he's got a check mark. God damn it. This was a good one. Using data on males aged 18 to 59, current measures of muscularity are significantly positively associated with number of total sexual partners and partners. Oh, God damn it. Hang on. Sorry, it reloaded. Anyways, the more muscly you are, the more sexual partners you're going to have. In fact, there's actually a study that shows your average guy's bench press versus their sexual frequency. I thought that was a pretty good one too. Keep going. Is this it? No, not that one. This is what couples argue about. I have another one. There's a data set that I have about poly though, and poly and violence, which sort of speaks to what you guys were talking about. It's muscularity, sex difference. Oh, by the way, this is great. Sex differences in muscularity translate into the average man being stronger than 99.9% of women. You want a kick in the teeth? Here you go. The sex difference in upper body muscle mass in humans is similar to the sex difference in lean body mass in gorillas, the most sexually dimorphic primate. Anytime somebody says, well, women can do it too, there's still some strong girls, but bookmark that, like me. All right. This was I kind of want to use this. I'm going to use this a little bit later. The greatest intergenerational transmission of left to right ideology consists of parents who pass on their liberal orientation to their daughters. Really good one there. Open question of intelligence as a man. Okay, that was a good one. This Steve Stewart Williams. If you don't follow Steve, please do. He's really good. Let's see. This is another great one. I really should use this with Jedediah. This is Rolf. This is from so this is a PDF study. The only factor that predicted a positive emotional outcome from casual sex, Dr. Jordan Peterson, from casual sex was being a man. You will get a positive emotional outcome from casual sex if you're a dude. By the way, let me stress that out for you guys for 1 second here. I get this a lot. So people will say, hey, and I'll come back to you, Iron Disciples. I hear people say this all the time. Even Jordan Peterson actually talks about this too. The idea that men and women are just the same. We're just the same, and we're just have the plumbing's different. You want to talk about like blank slate equalism, egalitarian equalism? That's the problem in not identifying the differences between men and women and our mating strategies. The one is correct and the other one is very, very bad, right? Men, bad. Women, good. Because they're concerned about the long term. Even Peterson talks about this quite a bit. David Buss talks about this. Damn near any Pinker probably talks about this as well, I think. The idea that hypergamy only exists on the beta buck side of the equation, that's where this comes from. And so when you see stuff about like the hookup culture, when you see stuff about like, oh, guys having, casual sex. I showed that in the very first video here Well, it's very satisfying and validating for guys to have, 100 sexual partners in 6 months. Who? The 80%ers aren't having that. Or 100 sexual partners in 3 months or 3 weeks or 3 days. I don't know. Dude, Jordan, can we talk? The very fact that that's even exaggerated to that degree shows me you're either reading from a teleprompter or you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay. However, there is a difference when we talk about promiscuity and we talk about how it affects women. When we say women who have more, I think me and Myron did this show. It was back in February. We did the promiscuity show, or why a woman's body count matters. And the reason why it matters is, I'll come back to that. The reason why it matters is because for women have a higher investment cost in reproduction. That's why men do not. That's why casual sex works for guys and it doesn't work for women. That's why you're a slut when you have sex with a lot of guys, ladies. And it's also why guys are not sluts. They are actually higher value because they're the kind of guy who can get laid. They're the guys that other men want to be and other women want to bang. And it's evidenced in the fact that they have had lots of sexual partners. As I said, I'm going to, who was it? I think it was, where did it go? Hold on one second, guys. I already showed you guys that one. Where did it go? I think it was Sterling. Yeah, Sterling Cooper said this at the surest sign or the best sign of, what you call it? Let's see. Oh, here it is. If she turns up on a date with a hair tie on her wrist, you're fucking that night tonight. That was a pretty good one, but that's not actually what I was after. Where did it go? Sterling, you gave me a really good one not too long ago. I'm going to have to paraphrase Sterling here in just a second. Where'd it go? No, Sterling said, it was like the surest sign, like for pre-selection is that a guy can get laid. So if a guy knows his way around a woman's body, it's a good bet that he's pre-selected. So when you're the idea or the manifestation of those behaviors is if that guy knows how to fuck, that's a good sign that the dude is already pre-selected by other women who taught him, like, okay, this is how you get me off. This is how you have, you're a really good lover, right? In that sense right there, that's what Sterling was talking about. But it also coincides with the fact that when we're talking about emotions, when we're talking about how women have to invest emotionally in a man, whereas men don't have that same kind of prerequisite, that's scientifically proven that guys do not have the same investment cost in reproduction that women do. I don't know how much more simplistic I can put that. I'll just get back to Iron Disciples here real quick. I've heard JP and others talk about how poly societies are higher violence. Yes, I've got stats for that as well. What it basically boils down to is that there is I want to say it's like almost a 100% or at least an 8 times increase in child assault, child violence, whether it's like actually killing a child or it's like assault on the child, or if it's a sexual assault. The higher the instance of a woman who, let's say, kicks out the biological father out of the house and brings a new lover into that house, that ends up being a precursor to abuse. So mommy's new lover is usually the one who has commit some sort of violence or commit some sort of assault on the non-biological child. That's number one. Number two is when you look at polygamous societies, they tend to be more war-torn. Polyamorous, polygamy. They tend to be more war-torn. That's number one. I know that's actually from stats that The Economist did in 2019. And then there's also I think it was Rob Henderson who came up with this, but I want to say Claire did the same thing too. But there are studies that show that there is female on female violence in polygamous situations or polygamous. I'll dig those up for you here really quickly. Yeah, let's see. Keep going. 2-bit user, here you go. You mentioned genetic engineering with people and problems it may solve. Is it beyond reason to imagine some corporations doing genetic engineering on lower primates like the recent Planet of the Apes trilogy? You mean to make them like super intelligent? I don't think it's beyond the pale, but again, it all depends on what you like, the basic building blocks that you have to work with. Would they still be primates if they did that? That's like stuff for like Westworld, you know. That's like that's a consideration for those kind of shows, I guess, or Black Mirror. I suppose it's within. Again, this is me being my bonehead, you know, armchair geneticist. I'm an armchair geneticist today. Thank you very much. And something else I got to know something about. I don't know, but I'll find out for you. Oh, and here you get that. Oh, come on, man. Come on. You know, if I'm not gonna let other dudes in, you guys are so, you know, for XXX spam on my chats, you're always premature. I keep telling you, you gotta wait till the 3rd hour. Then I might entertain you. Hybristophilia. Yeah, no. I theorize if the convict is exterminatus without mercy by the state, and any woman that gets with the convict, no mo hybro. You mean so like basically the death penalty eliminates hybristophilia. Thank you. 100% of women want 1% of men. Ding, 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 ding. Thank you. Okay. Please don't go and carry that over to the incelosphere. Let's see. Previous question. How to improve with ASD? Okay. Not necessarily to get laid, but does something like cognitive behavioral therapy make a difference? I have seen. Now, again, don't come to me for this. Okay. I am not a psychotherapist. I am not a clinical psychologist. I am in no way qualified to be your therapist in any way, shape, or form. However, I do know that there are people who specialize in exactly what you're talking about. I would argue that a lot of that starts with socialization. It starts with learning social skills in as far as that can sort of carry you depending on how far on the spectrum you happen to be. That's the best I know. Again, you know what? I don't know 100%, but I'll find out for you. In fact, I have a keen interest in that. Do I? What talking points would those be, Moose? Bring them up. Show me. Tell me what. You're the badass. You're the preeminent expert on me. So what is it? Hence why Daredevil doing the walk of shame in She-Hulk was beyond cringe. Yes. Thank you, Katie. God damn it. I got a new sister wife. I love you. Oh, hey. Oh, welcome, Katie J. Yes. Daredevil, by the way, the Netflix version of that was primo. I absolutely loved Daredevil when it was on Netflix. Now they have essentially like cut the teeth out of Daredevil, and which is a damn shame because they got Charlie Cox is doing Daredevil too. I'm sorry, because stigma is associated with casual sex doesn't exist for men. It does exist for men. And I'll tell you what the other thing is, like, Katie, I'll take that one step further. When you have like characters, particularly Marvel characters, but they could be a Han Solo, I suppose. When you have characters that are archetypally, historically, like womanizers, let's say that's what we would call them, but they essentially embrace their masculinity, such as, like, say, if you look at the original, if you look at Iron Man in the first movies, where like he's nailing the reporter, and of course he falls in love with Pepper Potts. Got it. I mean, that's okay, but he's a philanderer, right? I mean, he's definitely spinning plates in the very first movie, and then he sort of like turns into, he's the bad boy that gets tamed by the nice girl who actually gives him a heart and puts it in his chest cavity, and he's got like the magic heart thing. That's done. You don't get that anymore. You get nothing but shame, and you get like this idea, the casual sex doesn't exist for men. Yeah, no, casual sex should anyways exist for men, and there's a reason for it. So let's see, Moose. What are you talking about? Let's keep going here. Yes. You think so? Netflix Daredevil's bomb? Yeah, it was bomb. I thought you said it bombed. It did not. It was really very, very good. I liked that quite a bit. I actually enjoyed even the Defenders, and I even liked the Immortal Iron Fist too, although that was probably the worst of the four. What's her name? Jessica Jones. I get it. I know why you put her in, but okay. Was it Luke Cage? That was really good. I wish they would. Maybe they will. I wish they would take Luke Cage and the guy who's the actor for Luke Cage. A Power Man. I wish they would put him into, like, make him a canon in Marvel, but they probably screw that up too. Punisher was great up until I don't know. I don't know what to say shit about Punisher. Punisher was good. John Bernthal is the fucking Punisher. That casting was as good as putting Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, by the way, in my book. Charlie Cox, excellent casting for that. Forget the guy's name. Whoever who's the black guy who was an actor in Luke Cage. Very, very good. Jessica Jones, okay, was my least favorite of them. And not because it was a chick. It was just kind of like, so it was all right. It was okay. Defenders was pretty good. I wish they would redo that. I wish they would like actually do something, but Jessica Jones was better than She-Hulk. Yeah. Yes, you are correct. All right. I'm going to get to a couple of other things here. I want to dig into this video right now. Oh, well, before I do that, let's stop the presses. Here we go. All right, here we go.
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while?
All right, here's the announcement. Okay, so I will be headed out to Los Angeles as of tomorrow at about noon. So I'm going to fly from Reno down to LA, actually Hollywood, my old stomping grounds. I have a love-hate relationship with Southern California because I was born and raised in Pasadena, California. I left Pasadena probably when I was 27. I was 26, 27. So I'm going to Hollywood, California. I will be going to Paramount Studios on Tuesday morning, I think. And the reason I'm going to Paramount Studios is because I am a confirmed guest and panelist on the Dr. Phil show. So I will be on Dr. Phil on Tuesday. That's the taping anyways. I'm already confirmed. I was playing my cards close to the chest, but I figured I would make the announcement today, just so people will have something to sort of look forward to. Usually I do this. Yes, Dr. Phil. That Dr. Phil. I'll explain to you why I accepted this time. This is the second time I've been invited on Dr. Phil. The first time I was invited by who was it? They had a different guy that was doing the booking for it, and I turned it down because they really just wanted me to be on there to go head to head with Tommy Lahren, and that was in August of 2020. And I saw that, I'm like, no thanks, don't want to. And then they actually asked, I believe they asked Donovan Sharp after that. And even Donnie turned it down. And I feel kind of good about it. I'm glad I did. But they have a new staff there. And if you guys saw any of the Joe Rogan interview with Dr. Phil and Joe Rogan, I'm a little more comfortable with going down there and doing it. Now, the reason why I'm doing it, yes, I know it's a trap. Thank you very much. Yes, it's a trap. It's a trap. Yes. Yeah, it probably is. You're probably right. But it's not just me. Okay. So I'm going to be there with Richard Reeves, who I told you guys about. He was on Bill Maher not too long ago. I'll be on there with Richard Reeves. I'll be on there with what's that chick's name? Marilyn something or other. She's the divorce attorney girl, the feminist divorce attorney girl. She's actually from Reno. I might actually be on the same flight as her. So I'm going down there. And then there's also a guy named Imran Ahmed. I can't remember that guy. And one of the reasons I'm bringing up the Incelosphere is because this guy is like very anti-Incelosphere. And essentially the topic, by the way, so it's not just me. So just to hedge some bets there, trust me, I did a lot of soul searching to actually accept this. But the reason that I did is because, as I have been saying for a very long time, is that if the red pill's going mainstream, as I said, it shouldn't, but it is. So I've got to accept the fact that this is what the mainstream wants to talk about right now. If I don't go on there, Destiny will. If I don't go on there, Andrew Tate will. If I don't go and do this, some other hack is going to go on there and say, hey, I know all about the red pill. I know all about the manosphere. I've been involved in this for the last 3 years. And I'm going to be like, damn. I'm going to be like, damn, why the fuck are they talking to this person, right? Like, do you guys remember when, honestly, I think one of the reasons, this is probably one of the reasons they wanted to do, is remember when I did the breakdown show of Piers Morgan and Andrew Tate? Okay. Andrew Tate went on Piers Morgan. Rollo Tomasi will go on Dr. Phil. And right after that, they had, what was it? Right after that, they had a panel show, and it was that girl, the black chick, Esther, who I follow on Twitter. And then it was, what's her name? Crypto Thought, Leah Heilpern was on there. Some other chick, and then some other dude who was just like sort of the token white guy, because they had to have somebody on there. And I don't know why these people were selected as sort of like, here's our panelists. We're going to talk about the issues that were discussed between Pierce and Andrew Tate. And they had this thing on. I'm like, who are these people that they should be like having this conversation? How are they legitimate? How are they of any way authorities? Like Leah Heilpern had one interview with Andrew Tate like over like a year and a half ago by this time, and now she's the preeminent expert on Andrew Tate. And I'm like, I've known Andrew since before I even had a show. And I'm like, oh, I don't live in the UK. Maybe I just need a better British accent. I can't fake one as well as anybody else. So, what are you doing? Oh my God! Whoa! Okay, well, I'm going to explain to you what I'm doing here. There's a method to my madness, and I know everybody's going to say, "Oh, you shouldn't do that." But yeah, okay. So I'm not going the Matt Walsh route. Now, hold your horses, young man. Hold on. Let me keep going back here. So who should go? Who else? Because the show that they want to have is what's wrong with the guys today? What's wrong with the men today? What about masculinity? And as I said before, if you go and you look at Adam Sosnick, you go and you look at Jedediah Bila, you go and you look at what's the Amala, the girl on PragerU. Yeah, Dennis Prager, for Christ's sake. You go and you look at these guys who really want to have these discussions about masculinity. Hell, was it Jedediah? I went on her show on Wednesday. Friday, she's got that, what's the guy's name? The statistician dude that's been on with Michaela Peterson, Vinny something or other. I can't remember. Trust me, it wasn't about money. There's no money involved. There was never any money involved in any of this. So you are 100%, you, my friend.
Wrong.
Yeah, you are wrong. Anyways, so I'm not getting paid for this, just so you got Washington. I am getting flown. I'm getting flued out. They're putting me up at a hotel and they're flying me to Vegas afterwards. That's the amount of money that I'm making off of all of this. Yes, exactly. Who would you rather have on Dr. Phil? Me or Pearl? Who would you rather have on Dr. Phil? Me or Anthony Johnson? Who would you rather have on Dr. Phil? Me or Mame the Hack? Because that's who they'll have. And I ain't getting any money for this. I will be, if they buy me sushi while I'm down there, I'll be happy about it. I'm going down there because if it's not me, who? Tell me who. Because I'll call them right now and have them go do it, because it's a pain in the ass to me and I got shit to do in Vegas. I would love to, but someone has to do it. It's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it. So who? If you guys can give me a name of who would be a better position on that show, I will call them right now and see if they're available, because I can't think of anybody. So if I don't go and do, dude, trust me.
Wrong.
Yeah. No, dude. John Anthony Lifestyle. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let me go see if I can get a hold of John. J Move, man. How about we get, maybe we could get Alex from Playing with Fire. Adjust my nuts here. How about we get Alex, man? He would be, clearly he's popular with the girls. Maybe we should get him. Yeah. Who else would be good? Who would be Sneeko? Maybe we should put Sneeko on with Dr. Phil. Would that be a better positioning? Do you think Myron would be good? Myron, I would feel comfortable doing it. Of anyone else, I would say probably Myron. Yeah, give me some names. Yeah, DJ Academics. Yeah, probably not. He can't not say the N-word every like third sentence, so they probably would not want him on there. I think they have rules about stuff like that. What's this? No one, Rollo. That's the point. It's a trap, right? Let me explain something. Can I explain to you guys my my thinking here? So there was a time. Let me get real with you. There was a time when Richard Cooper will not enter the United States, and I know why, and I ain't saying why. Sent Torsha. You know what? I wish Torsha could come along, but she's busy. Jay Waller. Justin Waller would not be a good representative on this one. I think this is going to be at least the way that I've been with the people that I've been talking to. It's much more nuts and bolts than just like, hey, live a better life. We need men to be better men. That's not what this show is going to be about. The show definitely needs a tactician and a guy with a lot of stats, which is why I'm doing this today. Donovan Sharp would not be a good example. Aaron Clary, you might have a case, but Aaron would just get down to the nuts and bolts and other things. So let's see. Thank you very much. There we go. No one is more qualified than you, Rollo. Always a pleasure. Thank you very much, my very best friend. There you go. Yeah, I'm excited to do it, actually. We'll see. Now, let me, before I head off into another topic here, the reason why I'm doing this, the reason I decided to do it this time is if you watch the interview, really seriously, go watch the interview of Dr. Phil and Joe Rogan. They say, well, he's never, no, don't trust these sons of bitches. And I agree. I don't trust, as much as comfortable as I kind of feel with this, I still don't trust. I don't know that it's not going to turn into a YouTube blood sport. I hope not. But even if it is, here's my thinking. I need to be bulletproof. So I can't just say, hey, I can't go on your show because it's not worth my while, right? There's always going to be a practical reason for me not to turn down certain things. I generally don't turn down interviews. I've gone on Dr. Thunder's show. I was on this guy's, I'll go on up and coming shows. I don't have a problem. I don't care if you've got 500 subs or you've got 5 million subs. I go on lots and lots of people's shows. I talk to like my proteges are people that like in no way trust me, they're clout jacking me. I'm not clout jacking them. Because if I can have a good conversation with somebody, I don't care. That's more valuable to me than whatever your sub count is. Now, we've also had talks about, like, as you probably already know this, Mike Sartain is really good friends with Dan Bilzerian. In fact, Mike has done interviews with Dan Bilzerian. There's a distinct possibility that I will probably be doing an interview of some sorts with Dan Bilzerian in the future. Should I not do that? Would that be a better fit? Because some people would say no. Some people would say Dr. Phil's a better fit than Dan Bilzerian because you don't want that negativity, right? Bring Elliot Hulse. Probably not. Is that guy still sane? So my thought pattern, my thought thinking in all of this is I can't just turn down things like this, particularly when I go and I see, say, Destiny on Lex Friedman, or I see Destiny on Chris Williamson's show, or I see, people who got no business talking about the Manosphere on shows because they're confident in their ignorance. And it's just like, well, let me tell you what they're really all about. And it's bullshit. Okay. I can't turn those things down and not say, okay, my main concern is to be doing a 2-hour interview with somebody who I know doesn't really care for anything that I have to say, but I'll do their interview anyway, just like Michaela Peterson, for example, right? 2-hour interview. Nobody was watching the 2-hour interview. Minor Fresh, go and do a 2-hour interview with Brittany Renner and DJ Academics. And what comes out of that? A 1:30 buzz clip that everybody says, that's all I need to see. Yeah, they're full of shit. Fuck those guys. Right. Or I go and do a 2-hour video with Michaela Peterson. And out of that 2 hours, there's 3 or 4 buzz clips that are 30 seconds long that cast me in the worst possible light. And then you've got like Andrew Tate says the same thing. He says exactly the same thing to Piers Morgan, not what, like a month ago or so. Yeah, back in October. He said exactly the same thing. It's like you're assessing what my message is based on 30-second buzz clips from people who hate what I have to say. I've been dealing with that for at least the last 3 or 4 years. Right here, we're just going to show the worst of the worst, right? And so people say, well, why would you go and do that? Why would you bother going on Michaela's show? Why would you bother going on this show or that show? Because you know damn well that they're just going to take all that stuff and they're going to cast you in the worst light. And I go, yeah, I expect that. I expect exactly that. I understand. By the way, when I am finally at some point like canceled, or I'm run up the flagpole, or there's some serious allegations against me, or somebody like either like builds some kind of bullshit case against me and people really believe it, trust me, I expect no one to have my back. I expect nobody to say, oh yeah, well, I was there when he was at his darkest hour. No, I expect it. I expect no one to have my back. In fact, I expect everybody. In fact, if anything, I expect people to, hey, I'm not in the Manosphere anymore. I guarantee you that. We never knew ye. And you know what? I would be disappointed if that weren't the case, because that's sort of how I like line things up for myself. But when I go on these sort of enemy podcasts, right? The people say, well, they're just going to take all that stuff out of context and they're going to they're going to fuck with you. And yeah, I expect that they will. But here's the thing. If I'm not bulletproof enough not to give them a 30-second buzz clip, then I got no business being on that show in the first place. I have to know my shit. As soon as I walk in, then like completely unprepared, I got to be ready. And if I ain't ready, if I'm not bulletproof, if I don't have my foot on the accelerator, you guys have my permission to like run me up the flagpole. I got no business being there. So if I can't go onto Michaela Peterson and not be 100% bulletproof enough so that they don't get the 30-second buzz clip, like everything I say is like, well, you know what? They try to cast him in a bad light, but he kind of makes sense, right? Or if I go on with Dr. Phil and I go, I don't even know, like, well, let's say I know Richard Reeves. I know what he's going to talk about. He's Brookings Institute guy. I pretty much know the girl, the divorce attorney girl, because she's like here in Reno and she's kind of like low-key famous here. I don't know enough about Imran Ahmed, but I have been doing my background on him. And I don't know who else is going to be there, but I do know the conversations that was had with Joe Rogan, and I plan to actually use some of that while I'm there. Now, should I be there or should I not? I should not be there if I'm not bulletproof. If I don't know my game, if I am not I'm more concerned with this. Here's my greatest concern about this is not being unprepared. It's not being bulletproof. I can be bulletproof. I can get in their face and in their grill. What I have a really tough time with, and I have to really kind of dip down into my Pat Campbell days, terrestrial radio show sort of mentality, is I have 43 minutes in which to make my points. And I'm there with at the very least, three other panelists. I have to be a prize fighter. I have to be able to stick and jab and duck out of the way and move, stick and move. That's what I'm going to have to do. Because again, whenever you see like a show like, maybe you've noticed this. Have you ever seen you've probably seen Myron, of course you've seen Fresh and Fit, right? Or if you watch Adam Sosnick, or hell, even on Access Vegas, you put enough people in a room, especially when they're like OnlyFans girls. But if you put enough, especially girls, you put enough girls in the room, or you put enough guys in the room, whatever, there's always going to be one, maybe two people in there who suck all the oxygen out of the room. You'll see that every time on Fresh and Fit. You'll see that on Adam Sosnick constantly. If you have a panel show, there's always going to be one, maybe two people on that panel who are going to just like try to dominate the conversation. That's my main concern going in Tuesday, because I have to be able to stick and move. And you guys know I can be long-winded. Here we are at 2 hours and 43 minutes. Because my constant struggle is balancing being concise with being comprehensive. And that's what I kind of got into the practice with when I was doing Pat Campbell's terrestrial radio show. And I'm out of practice now. So I've got to be able to make my points, get in, get out, and get done. Because you have 43 minutes in which to do it. And of those 43 minutes, it's not just me and and Dr. Phil. It's me, Dr. Phil, this guy, and this guy, right? So I'm on a panel. That's also one of the reasons I agreed to it. It's not just me and Phil, Dr. Phil. So I'm up there. I'll make my points. I will represent the red pill as best I possibly can. Who else? Who else would you have on there? Statistics major, and I have to say that in some cases you may be misinterpreting the stats, such as, for example, there are likely more asylum autism diagnosis because of an increase in the technology to diagnose. Yeah, I always account for that, by the way, Logan. And not just for autism, but other things as well. We've talked about hypergamy in the past. And people go, wow, women are way more hypergamous now that they have social media. No, they've always been hypergamous. It's just now under these conditions, we're more aware of it because they embrace. Why the whole point of open hypergamy was women embrace it because they can know it's so unignorable right now that they have to lean into it. Has it always been that way, or was it because the technology changed it? No, they've always been that way, and we're more hyper aware of it. So granted, it could be that those stats for autism could have been that. It could always have been that way. We just were less aware of it back then. Definitely, especially if you read my fourth book, Religion, in the introduction, I talk about exactly that. Let's see. My ex, after seeing your videos about a year ago, is still talking about who hurt you. Yeah, thank you. And speaking of stats, Rollo, a 2014 study says that men remarry more than women, which is true. After divorce, my only wife divorced me 9 years ago, and I will never remarry due to all my losses. Thoughts? Well, probably because you're more hyper aware. Trust me, some of the guys that you would think would never want to get remarried, they're already remarried. Let's see what else you got here. So, I mean, you got to remember, yeah. Oh, Dr. Phil. Trust me. No fear. Nil desperandum. Of what? What? Yeah. Oh, it's a big national state. Well, here's the thing is I also have to remember this is that going and doing this show is not my demographic. Okay. Soccer moms watch Dr. Phil. It's the 3:00 hour. Okay. I think, forget who told me this. It's like the Bettys in Idaho. They're the ones who are watching this and because they're homemakers or something, which I think is kind of ridiculous, really. Anybody else? Let me keep going here. So that's the big announcement. Now I'll also explain a couple other things to you here. Come on, hey, what's up, Paul? And I remember your name. Thank you. By the way, Paul, you are invited to be a panelist on Rule Zero. We had a short list and you were I think second on the list. Kevin Savo was first. Make TikToks videos, Rollo. Okay. Should I show my ass? I need to get tan first. It's good practice to make things concise when you have to keep everything under a minute because people have attention spans of a goldfish. Yeah, they do. I think goldfish actually have better attention spans. TLDR. I got to stick and move, man. Stick and move. Yep. Hopefully. We'll see. And again, why am I doing this? What's the point? What's that? Tell me, Pearl. To give me your sage wisdom. Thank you. I'm very busy. You are correct. So by the way, that's the big news. Now, why didn't I tell you guys sooner? I've actually been confirmed for a while now. The reason I don't tell you guys stuff like this, or I don't tell even my closest friends. By the way, Torsia didn't know this. Kevin Savo didn't know this. There's a few people like Mike Sartine I had to tell because it's going to affect them directly. But here's the reason why is because the moment I go and I say, hey, I'm going to be on Patrick Bet David's show, you know what happens? And I guarantee you this. Okay, it is 3:54 p.m. on the West Coast in Pacific time. Okay, I will guarantee you that within 24 hours, you will see attack piece after attack piece after video after video after video attacking me. You will see Anthony Johnson will throw out, he'll reheat some bullshit about he tried to dox 50 men. Like bullshit that's already been refuted for the last 4 fucking years. Okay. All that stuff will get reheated. That's why I don't tell you guys this stuff. That's why I play my cards very close to my chest these days. I'm already confirmed, so go ahead, be my guest. Like now it doesn't make too much difference, but I had to put this out here right now because I had to let you know. Now, here's my other thing. No one better represents Dr. Phil if he has to go mainstream. Maybe Joe Rogan next. We'll see, because remember, just 3 weeks ago, Dr. Phil himself was on Joe Rogan talking about the stuff that I probably will talk about with him on Tuesday. Now then, the show itself films on Tuesday. When it airs is anybody's guess. I don't know exactly when it's going to be, but there you have it. Oh, hey, Mark Savo's getting in touch with me too. All right. Hey, Mark, would you like me to drop your name? Let's see. What did you got here? Keep going. No, she didn't, dude. Come on, man. Wrong. You know what? I'm gonna leave you in the chat booth just so I can keep using the sound drop. Wrong. Yeah, I know. But what am I gonna do? Right? He's old media. But I probably had, I don't think I was ready to do it 2 years ago, simply because it was really just, they wanted blood sport. That's all they really wanted. Now that I've gotten that out of the way, Wednesday, I will also be doing a show with Dollar Cost Crypto Miguel on his show, which is also broadcast from Sticky Paws in Las Vegas, Nevada, Sin City. I'll be doing that then. So pray for me on Tuesday. But as far as the taping is on Tuesday, it'll be at Paramount Studios in Hollywood. And then I jump on a plane and I fly to Vegas that same day. I'll be in Vegas on Wednesday. Aaron Clary will also be in Vegas too. So the old man, Statler and Waldorf, will be doing a show together at some point. So on Wednesday, the 16th, the 17th, and on the 18th, I will be doing Access Vegas once again. We've got another fantastic show lined up for you with 4 lovely ladies. CJ Sparks is helping me do the casting this time, and Mike Sartain, of course, is too. So that's coming up on Friday, November 18th, and then I fly back bright and early on Saturday so I can get back to band practice, because we're writing right now, as you probably saw. If you saw my Instagram over the weekend, I kind of threw out a few reels and stuff there. With all the voice impersonations you do, you should be joining Cartoon Network. Yes, thank you. Do I have a bright career ahead of me with voiceovers? Throw your punches like Mike Tyson is 86. Yeah, good luck to you. Thank you very much. See, I know you guys will have me. You guys will have my back. My people love me, despite what Moose thinks. Because you know why? Moose is wrong. Okay, getting back to it. Let's jump back into it here. Let's see. Do we want to do Destiny, or do we want to do... Actually, you know what? I kind of don't want to do him just yet. Let's... Where is that file? No, that's not it. It is... Oh, here we go. Videos. Who's got the videos? Did you guys like the intro video? I thought that was actually pretty good. Here we go. Okay, as you guys know, I'm going to cue this up right quick. Let's put this in.
Before we get started with this segment, check out our latest song, Genocide.
Okay, don't check out his latest song. Well, I don't know. Actually, you know what? Do check. Here.
Losing My Mind. Go to losingmymind.com. You can buy the song and listen to it anywhere. Buying the song, buying it on iTunes is probably the best thing you can do. It really, really helps out.
I had no idea, Tim, that you are so talented. Tim is the lead singer of, I don't even know. Sorry, Tim. I don't know the name of your band. I kind of like now, just slightly, a little bit more like Tim Pool, a little bit. Everybody gave him so much shit for that his music video, and he's like, he's got a band. Hell, he's got more money than God now, so why not? He's certainly not doing it for the money. Let's just put it that way. I know. Ask me how I know. Tim, I've been in a band for, now 3.5 years. So if you'd like to go and check out a Trial of Ascension, just go to trialofascension.com. Or if you'd like to go and find us on Instagram, which is a good place, you can also find us at trial.ofascension.band. and on Instagram. Just follow me. If you can see it, I tag us all the time. If you're wondering what the intro song is for my standard introduction song, it's called "Told You So." It's from it's another project I was in back in Florida in 2005, I think. We did a lot of recording and stuff. It never took off, but I always had the music left over from that, and so I repurposed it. I originally put that song, my original theme song, I put it out there because I wanted to use something hard and cool and everything for when I started doing solo shows. And I used that because I was sick of getting copyright strikes for using other people's music. So I'm like, fuck it, I'll just use my own. And it took off and people dig it. So, and yes, we will have that on the next Trial of Ascension EP. People keep asking for it, or maybe we'll just release it as a single. I have worked on actually 3 of our new songs on the EP, and I think CJ's got 2 now. He might get up to 3. We usually pare it down to the best 4, but we'll definitely release that as a single. So the intro song is called "Told You So." Whether or not we keep the lyrics and everything the same, I don't know, but that's what it is right now. And then, of course, my outro song is the instrumental, and it's called "Black Mountain." And I'm thinking I might just put that up as like, I was actually thinking about like selling that as like royalty free music, but I don't know. Maybe I'll keep it. We might do something with it. By the way, Black Mountain, when I was doing that, well, you can't see it. I had the bass I have here. All I was doing was just messing with patches and something came out and I'm like, oh, it's cool. Let's keep that. So do you think so? Like, what is it like? I've only heard like maybe half of one song. Okay, thanks. Anyways, I'm going to get into this now. Why am I bringing up Tim Pool's thing here? Is because he's talking about like the results of the election. And I kind of wanted to get into that to you. Pearl, send me a demo. Send me your audition tape. And so he's talking about this. And I wanted to start with this because it translates into a lot of other stats I was talking about earlier. So let me put Tim back in again.
Worth more. We're hoping that we will. Why is it that Republicans did not get their revenge? The blood moon signified the coming red wave. Oh, so many people wanted to believe. Instead, it was a Republican victory. To me, that's all I care about. I don't care about the Republican Party. I don't care about Donald Trump's revenge. I just don't. I care about liberty. I care about truth. I care about people having better lives. And the Republicans are set for a decent victory, in line with many of the projections. Now, of course, you have in the media, many people are saying Donald Trump is the reason that they only narrowly won.
This video did not age well.
I think a large component is probably more that the Republican establishment is desperately trying to undercut anybody that is in line with Donald Trump. They want to get rid of him, and they were willing to sacrifice a large victory.
Tim. Okay, forget it.
In exchange for a little victory if it makes Trump look bad. All of a sudden, you have a bunch of people in media and personalities being like, I blame Trump for this. And I'm just like, it's very strange because you won. But there is another reason being brought up by the corporate press and conservatives.
Come on, give it to me, Tim.
Unmarried women, to be exact.
Land the plane.
This is actually a really funny issue because I don't think that actually is the reason why Democrats won. I will say, Hillary Clinton has this tweet where she's like, it turns out women want their rights and they vote. Women, of course, vote. We know they do. But we see this segment from Jesse Waters where he's like, unmarried women are voting Democrat. Time to settle down, get married. We see this story from KATV. GOP favored by married people. Dems strongly supported by unmarried women. Exit polls show. And I think people are looking at this the wrong way. They're saying, see, it's women. It's unmarried women. No.
Okay.
It just so happens that.
Yeah. It is. And I've been harping on this really since the first, even 2019. I was talking about this. My bad. Sorry. Sorry. I got it. Sorry. Why did I do that? Anyway, so here's the stats. Okay. No, Tim, it's because they are single mothers or single mothers. It's because they're single, unmarried women. This is the stat. These are the stats he was talking about. So let me grab those. Why did it mute? That's weird. Share the screen and share the window. And here we go. Okay. So this is what he's referring to. And if you can see these, I'll blow them up here. Okay. This was gender bimarital status. Okay. These were of the respondents. This is for this year. Okay. What he's talking about is unmarried women, 68%. That's an important number. Keep that in mind. Okay. 68%. This was another one. This was a Washington Examiner, Research Network exit polls. So these are exit polls. Once again, 68. Okay. Also, very important though, is remember married men, married women, unmarried men, unmarried women. Okay. So they separate it by political affiliation here. So unmarried women account for 31% of the Republican vote. Okay. The conservative, traditional TradCon vote. Okay. Democrats, liberal progressives, we presume 68% are unmarried. Now, here's the kicker on this is that, there we go. The kicker on this is that people will say, okay, well, the reason why the agenda of keeping women single, like I showed you in the very beginning in the intro video, it's all a plan, right? It's the Rockefellers, right? It's the communists, it's the elves, right? No, it's not. It's because they're human beings, and it's really the way that we have sort of progressed from sexual revolution up to where we're at right now. However, single women tend to vote for Democrat. Why? Because we live in a gynocentric social order in which political affiliation ensures gynocentric control. The Democrats. That's why, or at least the perception anyways. Whether it's true or not is irrelevant. It's immaterial to the argument. But the thing is clearly 68% of 68% of voters who are voting for Democrats, 68% of them are single, unmarried women. Where'd you go? Come here.
Unmarried women are in line with the same ideology that would vote for Democrats. It's not the cause or symptom. It may be a symptom of, but it's not the cause of. My point is, if you are more likely to vote Democrat, you're also likely to be an unmarried woman. If you are a Democrat and you get married, you're not magically going to now vote Republican. There is some data that shows that Democrat women who get married do shift a little bit, but it's quite simple. If you are someone who wants to get married, you're probably more likely to vote Democrat. If you are a woman who is less concerned about marriage, Republican. Let me start over. If you're a woman who votes Democrat and you get married, you may be more likely to vote Republican, but you're probably more Republican leaning to begin with. Women who are less likely to vote Republican are probably not concerned with getting married, and people who are not concerned with getting married probably don't share the same views.
Okay, before you continue any further, Tim, let me see if I can. Is that not showing? God damn it! Hold on one second. So let's have a look at a few things here, Tim. My good friend Tim. Let's close this right quick here. I don't know why that's not showing. Here we go. All right. So let me grab this, and I will grab these, and then I will grab all of these screenshots that I conveniently took, and I will have to put them in a different format. Okay. All right, Tim. Let's let us review, children. Let's have here we go. Wait a second. All right.
Hello there, children.
Class is in session, Tim. Let's have a look at some of these stats here, my friends. Okay, let's share this screen. And sorry, I'm having to share screens on this one. So there we go. Here we go. Abortion stats in the United States, which of course is exactly what the narrative has been since, I don't know. The Supreme Court of the United States got that draft report leaked about how they're going to reel in or they're going to push Roe v. Wade back to the states. And then, of course, the rest is history. Who gets abortions, Tim? Okay, they are already a parent. They're in their late 20s. They've had some college, has a low income, is unmarried. Keep that one in mind. Is in her first trimester, has not had a previous abortion, and lives in a blue state. meaning Democratic state, right? Okay, let's keep going. Already a parent. Look at that. Okay, so none or one or more. Already have a kid, 60% more likely. They are 60%. In her late 20s. I wonder what those single women, what's the prime demographic for single unmarried women, Tim? Curiouser and curiouser. Push me, but while I be sarcastic here. Let's keep going, shall we? Look at this. Has attended some college, higher education, maybe not necessarily a graduate, but has some college, so not necessarily dumbasses. 41%. Shall we continue? I think we should. Here we go. Has low income. Kind of funny considering they have some college, but they also are below the poverty. Almost 50% are below the poverty level. Who would be interested in, let's see, women's rights and reproductive rights? Let's keep going. Look here. Is unmarried. Okay. Never married. Never married. Married, 14%. Cohabiting, 31%, which of course counts for a lot now. Never married and single, 46%. Curiouser and curiouser. But here we go. Gestation. Okay, how far along is she? Usually, let's see. None. Previous abortions, none. 1, 2, 3. Okay, never had previous abortion. Got that. There we go. Sorry. Is in her first trimester within 6 weeks, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we got that. Has not had a previous abortion, 58%. Got that. And last but not least, oh my goodness. Well, what do we have here? Holy mackerel.
You can't handle the truth.
Looks like 68% vote of women who've had abortions, 68% voted for Biden in 2020. And here we are, Tim. You want stats? I got your stats. Fascinating, isn't it? 68% of women who've had abortions were Biden voters in 2020. Where do we go with that one?
Based on traditional values, marriage, et cetera, et cetera. The point is, women who are not married, look, I'll put it this way. There's probably women who want to be married who aren't. But the typical unmarried woman who's voting Democrat are women who don't want to be because they have Democrat values. You see the point I'm making? However.
Yeah, they knew this as far back as 2020, Tim. Perhaps that's why 68% of them voted Democrat this time as well. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Now, again, you are correct. Correlation is not causation, but that's one hell of a correlation, my friend. In fact, that's almost identical, almost exactly.
I do want to point out there are stark differences between men and women that have very serious impact on how elections will take place. And thus, marriage may actually play a role. I'm not saying it doesn't. First, of course, we'll show you this tweet from Hillary Clinton. It turns out women enjoy having human rights and we vote. They sure do, just not in Florida, I guess.
Well, we know 68% of the women who had abortions voted for Biden, so she ain't wrong.
And then we have this from Jesse Waters. I want to play you this short clip from Jesse Waters.
Also, single women are breaking for Democrats by 30 points. And this makes sense when you think about how Democrat policies are designed to keep women single. But once women get married, they vote Republican. Married women, married men go for Republicans by double digits. But single women and voters under 40 have been captured by Democrats. So we need these ladies to get married. And it's time.
Because that'll fix them. That'll fix them. Yes, ladies. Guys, perhaps you didn't know this. If you want to save the West from moral decay and social degeneracy, we got to get those little ladies married so they'll vote Republican. Oh, my Lord. Oh, I didn't have this queued up. Here we go.
You lose. Good day, sir.
This is what I want. This was the meat of the matter. This is why. Sorry, not sorry. I know I'm being a little funny about this. That's what I'm getting at. So here's the crossover. Maybe Tim is aware of this and he's not aware of this. Here's the crossover. Well, we need to get them little ladies married. Men, sack up, man up, and marry those sluts. That's Del Rock, not me. Man up and marry these ran through girls because we got to get them to vote Republican. That's the reason.
To fall in love and just settle down, guys. Go put a ring on it.
He's not completely wrong, but he's kind of wrong. Women who get married don't just all of a sudden become Republicans. Half of men are Democrats.
Yeah, but tradcons certainly think that way. They would like us to, hey, guys, you need to get man up, get your take more responsibility, because if you don't, and you're not a better guy, and you're not the best version of yourself that you can possibly be, and you don't do all these things, if you don't go to college, get your ass in college, and get more money, and be more suitable for women, then they're all going to keep voting Democrat and having abortions.
Thirds of women are, half of men are Democrats, 2/3 of women are Democrats. Men skew slightly towards Republican, so it's just shy of half. And women, it's like 60-30, or no, I think it's like 70-30 break for Democrats. Getting married doesn't just outright change that. It does change it a little bit.
You have to notice another thing here. 60-40 is actually, at least by sort of common knowledge, 60-40 is also the same shift for women in college, which, by the way, we've already talked about. College educated, some college educated, abortion. Seems to me like abortion was a pretty hot topic for the midterms, right? Yeah, that and student debt forgiveness, courtesy of Elizabeth Warren. It didn't play quite as well. Really, by the way, the student debt window, I really want to do a show with George Gammon about this, but the 10 grand you can get in student debt forgiveness, that's just a stimmy check for women, essentially. I mean, I know some guys will get it too, but you got to remember 2/3 of student debt is held by women. And then the reason I want to do a show with George Gammon about this is because, well, we've talked about it in the past, but the student debt load that is like supposed to be dropped a little bit, like as a result of like giving, first of all, who's going to sign up for it? And then second of all, even if people who did sign up for it, how soon will that debt go back to current levels? Well, there are actually stats on that, and that's actually something I really want to get into with George Gammon at some point. So essentially, I think George would probably agree with this. The $10,000 student debt relief that was, the bone that it wasn't Biden, but Biden threw to the little ladies is basically a $10,000 stimmy check. It's blood money for your votes.
The reason's fairly obvious. Women get married. Yes. If a woman gets married, she's now dealing with marriage-related issues. Because Republicans have traditionally been about traditional marriage, they're campaigning for issues that are traditional.
No.
Unmarried women don't care about taxes and child rearing issues the same way that married families do. So, of course, they're going to vote for Democrats. It's not about being married. It's about which party is catering to your needs.
Wrong. It's about abortion, Tim. I just showed you. Come on, man. Catch up. You got people working for you. I'm just a one-man show, and I'm coming up with the stats. Come on, man. Come on, man.
It's that simple. Democrats, because of the skew, are catering towards unmarried women, and it's benefiting them.
No. Abortion got kicked back to the states, Tim, and that's where we're at.
Here's what I want to do. I want to take a look at the issue of men and women and how it impacted these elections. First, I want to show you this video that someone responded to Jesse Waters with. Ask Aubrey, who is this? She got a decent amount of followers.
Here we go.
She says, men are afraid that women will laugh at them. Women are afraid that men will kill them. Margaret Atwood. He thought he could stalk her straight. It's a very creepy video. It's got 8.6 million views. It is a man saying he's justified in chasing a woman down, trying to play his song for her because she has a right to choose. The girl's dad, the woman's dad, calls the guy and threatens him, stay away from my daughter. So this guy who's stalking calls the cops. It keeps getting scarier. In this clip, this guy, Jake, says to the cop who's apparently serving him with something that, you ever hear that song, Baby, It's Cold Outside, where she keeps saying no, but, the guy's saying, so what? Like, yo, that's creepy. I agree. Women are afraid that men will kill them. Yes. However, I would like to point out that men are substantially more likely to be the victims of violent crime than women. But women are afraid men will kill them because they tend to be smaller, less muscle mass, less bone density. So
what?
I get it. Despite the fact that they're substantially less likely to be victimized than a man would be if...
Really? What did I just tell you? Men are 99.9% more muscular and have more physical prowess, let's just say, than women do. That is a groundbreaking observation right there. In fact, that was enough to get you canceled. It used to be anyways, and maybe it doesn't now, but it probably does. That's true. Right. I remember when Jedediah Bila was very upset with Andrew Tate for saying that, hey, women learning martial arts and learning self-defense, if a guy is determined enough, it doesn't matter what kind of training you have. If the guy's got like 150 pounds of body weight on you, you probably need an equalizer, right? I'm not going to tell you what that is because I'll get in trouble.
If a man is targeted with violence, he feels more like he's on an equal footing, I guess.
Jesus Christ.
A man.
Hold on. This is Tim Pool. Tim Pool. Go look him up. Google Tim Pool. Okay, good. Can we continue?
He's got more muscle mass, more bone density, et cetera, et cetera. Here's the issue with all of this. And I just want to point out, we've got a problem here that needs to be solved. I bring you to civics.
All right, that's enough of that.
When I heard
civics from you, I wanted to point that out. I want to bring that up because the reason why, so why is Rollo even talking about this? Well, because of exactly what I was saying in the very beginning of today's show, right? You got Jordan Peterson throwing stuff out like this. This is why. Where'd it go? Here we go. There. Right? If you're not thinking about marriage, that's a problem. Yeah, the traditional conservatives certainly think it is. On Marriage, my new 3-part series shows how to negotiate desire, obstacles, gamify romance, and achieve the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal. It's like you beat the final boss, the ultimate goal of marriage, the perfect date that repeats endlessly. Watch On Marriage now, exclusively on the Daily Wire. Funny how all of the, it's funny. I'll tell you something that's interesting. You've probably seen these videos before, like where they take a certain talking point. And I've seen these, like, I think they're collages or they're like aggregates of all these video clips of like, say, Fox News, of like local, especially local news channels where they're talking about the same exact story. And they use exactly the same, like verbatim, the same buzzwords, the same, what they think is going to have the most impact. So they're actually repeating verbatim what they're told to talk about, right? Now, I'm not saying that there's any collusion going on here. However, I do find it very interesting that Daily Wire has decided to go and start promoting Jordan Peterson's stuff on marriage right about now, right about this time. You want to know why Dr. Phil wants to have that conversation with me? You want to know why mainstream media wants to have this conversation? Yeah. Beeler, hello? Yeah, everybody wants a piece of that juice. Yeah, Matt Walsh, good one. Yeah, Matt Walsh. Hey, man, he's the premier expert on marriage, right? And the Manosphere apparently too. Why not? Why are we not talking about it? Well, I'll tell you the thing is that, and by the way, mark my words. You want me to be here? Wait, hold on. Magic 8 ball. Magic 8 ball. Oh, I gotta shake it up this time. Magic 8 ball. Will the current mainstream interest in the manosphere and intersexual dynamics continue past mid 2023, as soon as we get into the election cycle? Will it? Will there still be a continued interest? Actually, it says this too. Signs point to no. No, it won't. because everybody is interested right now in sort of intersexual dynamics. Trust me, all of this will be replaced probably as we get into the 2024 election cycle, which, by the way, starts about halfway through 2023. So enjoy this now. Why is Rollo doing Dr. Phil? Why is Myron and Fresh doing Sheon Reynolds? Why? That's coming up pretty soon, too. Why is Myron and Fresh doing Temple? They've been on Temple. Why is all this mainstream interest in intersexual dynamics in the Manosphere? How is it that Jedediah Bila and Adam Sosnick can get close to 100,000 subs in less than a year by doing one? Well, actually, in Adam's case, just on Thursdays, now Fridays too. Trying to essentially be a Manosphere show rather than an economic show. Boy, it doesn't look like the economic side of things was really working all that well. Maybe if we change the format to Thursdays and we start talking about all this stuff and follow Rollo Tomasi and get his people on here, maybe that'll up the numbers. Yes, it will. Jedediah Bila. I used to be on The View and talk about social issues and politics, and I used to be very much a Fox News pundit. I wonder if I could get to 100,000 subs before the end of the year if we started talking about all this red pill stuff. Yes, you can. Yes, you will. Pearl. Hey, I wonder if I did like the UK version, the white girl version of Fresh and Fit in the UK. I wonder if I could get to 100, maybe 500,000 views inside of a year. Yes, you can. That's what it comes down to. Everybody wants some. Thank you, David Lee Roth. Everybody wants some. They want the juice. Hell, even what's his name? And I like this guy. I like Brian Atlas from the Whatever podcast. Trust me, he didn't get 3.5 million views based on his show now, which is again the Santa Barbara, UC Santa Barbara version of Fresh and Fit. I wonder if we can get some traction in this. Yes, you can. Yeah, it's the new hotness. And here's the thing. I've seen this before. This, by the way, this is nothing. This is like the third time I've seen this happen. Okay. You got to remember, I've been,
I was there 3,000 years ago.
I was there 3,000 years ago. This is the third time this has come back around. And trust me, it'll go away and it'll come back again. There's nothing that really gets people off more like, oh, sorry, let me put the trademark on. Thank you. You're right. My bad. It's because I've been doing overlays. There you go. Yeah. I've seen this come and this go. Trust me, if you have a quote unquote red pill channel right now, or if you have a Manosphere channel, whatever that looks like, you will probably not have it at the end of 2023. Trust me on that one. Things will shift. Things will change. I will still be here because I'm an idiot. But yeah, you will not have that same channel because it will not be as productive for you in the future. It's the hotness right now, but trust me, the people who like sort of standardized on the Manosphere stuff and they're building brands on the Manosphere, they will not be building that same brand probably certainly by the beginning of 2024. Guaranteed. You will see Sosnick. You'll see people who are former social pundits, whether it's conservative or the other side. You'll see the people will lean away. Chris Williamson will lead away from the intersexual dynamics topics that they built their whole brand on. And suddenly they are political commentators, guaranteed, or they're free speech commentators, guaranteed. That's what they're about. That's why. You want to know why I'm doing Dr. Phil? Because that's the new hotness. And they well, trust me, this, to my knowledge, this is the first time Dr. Phil has ever wanted to do something like this. First time he's ever wanted to do a show like this. That's why I'm like, hey, okay, let's do it. Now's the time. Strike while the iron's hot, my friend. So you trust me on that. I don't do prognostications very often. I mean, Rollo was right. I hate being right all the time. But I will guarantee you this, is that the guys who are really focused on red pill topics right now, once it goes out of vogue, once it's not number producing, we never knew ye. I never knew thou. Guaranteed. I never knew thee. Wait.
He chose poorly.
Trust me on this one. Anyways, I want to get to just a couple things here really quick. In the last, I'm not going to go beyond 4 hours. Sorry, guys. I know you really are jonesing for me to do so, but that's not exactly what I wanted to do today. I do want to get to a couple of these things. Is this it? No. No. Here we go. Much better. Let's get into some more meat here.
You want to read the past like 10 or 20 years have done an absolutely amazing job at reaching out to minority groups and disaffected groups and making them feel like they have a voice. They've done an equally horrible job at kind of on the prior dominant group, which is usually like white straight men. I think they've left them feeling like very disaffected.
Then why wouldn't they? 68% of single women vote Democrat.
How effective do you...
Excuse me. Sorry, about your ears. This is, let me explain to you who this is. That's Destiny, and this is Chris Williamson. This is from Recent Thing. Now, if you want a more comprehensive, and I'm going to buff my girl out here. Sorry, not sorry. Torsha did some very good work on this episode, and so I'm gonna let her stuff stand. If you want more in-depth stuff, she did very good on this. I'll give her flowers. I am going to get into a few little things on this because I just wanted to point some things out. This is not me shitting on either one of these guys. I just want to point out, okay, maybe a little bit, but this is an illustration of why people who have no business talking about this shit shouldn't be talking about this shit, because the illustrations that they're putting out here set a standard, or they sends a message to the mainstream that goes, what's this Manosphere stuff? Let's find out. Manosphere. Oh, look, here's a good one.
Cancellation is at silencing people. I saw that Sneeko just got another strike on his YouTube channel, lost his TikTok account, lost his Twitter, and he seems to not really see it as a concern. Andrew Tate says that he's got even bigger since he left. And then Steve Will Do It was at the NASDAQ announcement thing for Rumble as well. Do you think that it's cope to say you get bigger when you're canceled, or is it legit?
That's pretty funny too, because you got to remember. Hey, sorry, Tate, but this actually looks kind of bad. But the same week that all the social media deplatforms you, and you lose your Gumroad and your Stripe payment processing, is also the same week that you go move wholesale over to Rumble, and that's also the same week that Rumble has an IPO. You connect the dots, not me.
It's huge cope. I think canceling is really good at getting rid of people.
I'll keep going here a little bit. I got to get going.
Announcement, kind of like Twitter, but it was all anonymous, so you couldn't see who did it, and it was all location based. So you could basically spread rumors about people. That it was Gossip Girl.
Got to keep going.
3% is like all of this, like you've got to have the right talent, the right allocation of resources, the right product, blah, blah, blah. And I'm willing to bet that like 50-60% can just be like right.
Jesus Christ, do you not know what an IPO is? Initial public offering. The company went public, dude.
Place, right time. Like a lot of it might just be down to luck, like a certain deal getting signed, a certain...
Okay, keep going. This is not where I wanted to be.
Women act a certain way, men act a certain way. It's good to be aware of this so that you can make yourself...
Oh, here we go. Okay, back up. There we go.
What are your thoughts on the Manosphere at the moment? What do you think it gets right and wrong?
Kind of funny that seems to be the main topic in the title of pretty much everybody who's gotten into the Manosphere from whatever they were doing, prank videos, pundit stuff, Fox News. That's the topic du jour.
I'll say very carefully, because the Manosphere is a very broad sphere and will incorporate everything from people thinking that like women are actual demons that are meant to be like used and abused and manipulated to further yourself in life.
Who is saying that women are actual demons? Like actual demons? Who has said that? I do know that Sneeko has said that, it's the forces of darkness. It's the forces of darkness. We don't fight against flesh and blood, but the absolute spirits of the Dark Lord. Maybe. But who?
all the way to this other end where it's like, women act a certain way, men act a certain way. It's good to be aware of this so that you can make yourself and the people around you happier, more successful. So let me caveat by that.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Wrong.
Okay, let's keep going.
Broadly speaking, I think that progressives over the past like 10 or 20 years have done an absolutely amazing job at reaching out to minority groups and disaffected groups and making them feel like they have a voice. We have awesome representation.
Do you honestly think, Yellow Eye, sorry, let me put that back. Do you think that this guy is in the Manosphere? Do you think Chris Williamson is in the Manosphere? Do you? Do you think Sneeko? Well, do you think Sneeko was in the Manosphere 6 months ago? 7 months, maybe a little long. So at the beginning of this year. Was Sneeko in the Manosphere? No, he wasn't. So let's not turn on each other. Okay, well, let's also identify who's actually in this because it was the new hotness and who's in here because who are honest brokers of information.
And media, even if some of it's a little cringe sometimes, we're debating things like trans sports when 15 or 20 years ago, the only trans person you'd ever see on TV was on Jerry Springer or Maury. We have different races of people in different areas. The visibility is awesome. They've done a really good job at that. They've done an equally horrible job at kind of shitting on the prior dominant group, which is usually like white straight men. And I think they've left them feeling like very disaffected. It's kind of sad. It seems to be part of like human nature.
Thank you. You know what? I got to stop for that one. Define Manosphere. They're going to tell me what the Manosphere is, because there's so many people who are experts right now or think that they're experts. Good question. Thank you. It's not even a super chat. See, define the Manosphere. What's the Manosphere? Is it what I've been doing for 20 years? Or is it the male self-improvement sphere? What about like guys who are tradcons? Is that the Manosphere? Iron Disciples, who I actually like. Are they the Manosphere? Was Dalrock the Manosphere? Do you guys even know who the fuck Dalrock is? Probably not. Was Royce? Do you know who Royce is? No. Maybe some of you do. Was Roosh part of the Manosphere? Because he just turned his back right on the Manosphere back around 2015. Does that make that? Well, from 2015 until he discovered, took mushrooms and found God, was he in the Manosphere? I think a lot of people they don't understand like when I talk about the Manosphere, I think it's been broadened. The definition of the Manosphere has been broadened by people who have no business even talking about the Manosphere because they simply don't have the depth of experience to really speak knowledgeably about it. But again, that's Rollo just patting himself on the back. No, there's a lot of other people who are in the Manosphere. I think that they're probably better to describe it than I am. But I am. But they probably would point out the same shit. It's like people who are defining what they think the Manosphere is have no business doing so.
To advance one group, it seems like we almost have to shit on another group. That's like a required part of the human experience. But yeah, I think you've got kind of this group of these white dudes that are kind of hanging out, and they have all this white privilege, but they're lonely. Some of them don't have very much money. They're not doing too well in school, and no part of society seems interested in talking to them anymore. And I think that kind of opened up this opportunity for, initially it was like the Ben Shapiros or like the Jordan Petersons especially, or the Joe Rogans.
Oh, Jordan Peterson, the king of the incels.
Kind of talk to these people. And now that whole section has kind of exploded out into like the Manosphere, where you've got all these people willing to kind of give advice or talk to these.
All right. So those guys exploded into the Manosphere. Are they part of the, so the Manosphere didn't exist before Jordan Peterson. The Manosphere didn't exist before Joe Rogan. The Manosphere didn't exist before any of this. No, dude, it existed for at least by 2012. I can tell you that with 100% assurity, the Manosphere existed. Well, hell, 2011 at least, because that's when I started the blog. So 2011 at least, for at least the last 10 years, long before all this bullshit. And again, we come full circle, my friends. This is exactly the same rhetoric that came out in 2015 and 2016 in the election cycle, because everybody wanted to call themselves red pill. Red pill means alt-right. Even Mike Cernovich was red pill and conflated it with the alt-right. Candace Owens. Do you know what Candace Owens' her Twitter handle was before it became Candace? Before she got the gig at Daily Wire, do you know what her Twitter handle was? Red Pill Black. That's what it was. So discovering or taking the moniker of Red Pill, there's a rich history of people appropriating terms like the Manosphere, terms like the Red Pill, and using it to be whatever the fuck they want it to be. Here we are once again.
Basically, these kind of like disaffected, lonely white dudes that feel like nobody, or not even just white dudes, but disaffected, lonely men that feel like society kind of doesn't want to talk to them anymore because they're toxic or they're horrible or they're abusers or they're rapists or.
I wonder if the Black Manosphere would agree with that. I wonder if that. Well, I mean, God bless him. I wish he was still around. I wish patron saint Kevin Samuels was still around to listen to this and respond to this, because there's a very rich, like broad swath of Black men who are part of the sphere. So it's just these embittered white men. Is that what we're talking about?
It's an interesting blend of cultural and structural problems. I had this guy on the show called Richard Reeves. He's written a book called Of Boys and Men, and it looks at all of the conversations that you will be familiar with about evolutionary psychology.
Okay. Richard Reeves, the guy he's referring to right now, will be on the show with me on Dr. Phil. Just saying.
And around the cultural interpretation of what it means to be a man today and how that plays out in the broader culture. But he came at it from a completely structural perspective, and he was saying things.
No, he came at it from the liberal progressive perspective, because he is part of the Brookings Institute. There's a little tidbit of information that you're not getting, Chris.
Things like, in order for a male to have the same level of impulse control as a 10-year-old girl, he needs to be 24. There's behavioral genetics studies. Catherine Page Harden, who's out here in Austin and is also from the left, which is interesting as somebody that does behavioral genetics.
Kind of like what the Red Pill and the Manosphere has been talking about since, 2008. What's the hell? Go look at the you don't want to go look at the Rational Male, do you? You really just don't want to look at it. Yeah. Oh, the impulse control of it. Yeah. You know what else? There's also let's see, an upper threshold for women's emotional maturity. If you go by certain researchers, of course, we throw them right out the window. But I believe it was, I forget who it was. Maybe Sam can look it up for me. I forget the name of the guy who's a researcher. But he said that women only mature emotionally, only mature up to a certain point. I think there's 6 stages. They get to like 4 or 5. It's really good. For men, it's like 6, right? But it takes them longer to do that. It takes longer. Here's something Manospherian. It takes longer for men to mature into their peak potential than it does for women. What book?
Genetics, because that's typically not. She released this study looking at impulse control. Impulse control of a 10-year-old girl is the same as a 24-year-old man. It's wild.
Well, by that logic, don't you think that maybe we should be teaching boys differently than we are from teaching them as girls, and instead of shooting them up full of Adderall and Ritalin? Perhaps, maybe that, call me crazy.
Point being that there are structural issues that need to be looked at. But yes, as long as you are unable to have a conversation like this publicly without there being an assumption that it's a zero-sum game and gains for one are the loss of the other. Another thing to consider, I've been talking about this a lot as well, intrasexual competition is significantly more prevalent than intersexual competition. Almost all competition is within your own sex, not between the sexes. Men compete with men and women compete with women. And yet we've somehow been convinced that we are each other's enemies rather than compatriots.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of weird stuff that goes on with the way that everything is framed these days. Something that you said, the problem is that you can go so deep on so many of these conversations, but we can't even get any of these conversations off the ground. Like even starting some of these conversations basically makes you like public enemy number 1, and then you're just kind of like completely shot down.
And why do you suppose that is, Destiny? Because what happens is when you use the language of empiricism, it sounds like hate to the language of emotionalism. That's why. I wonder if any of those Red Pill Manosphere guys have ever thought of that.
It seems like over the past 5 or 10 years, we've made like zero progress on any of these things.
5 or 10 years.
And there's kind of like an orthodoxy of thought right now for certain things. I had a school administrator email me one time because I'd been digging into like school related stuff and how it seemed like it was kind of moving pretty far in one direction. And I don't know if you're familiar with this, but right now in the United States, women and men, there's like a 60-40 divide in schools right now where women.
I don't know if you know about this, but this shocking 60% more women and 60-40 split. Yeah, but that's not the whole story there, Destiny. It's also who is graduating. What's the graduation rate? What are they graduating in? What are they majoring in? What is the overall, what is the the average student loan? Of the $1.7 trillion in student loans, which sex has the most share of that student loan? Which sex graduates more than the other sex? Which sex graduates with a master's and which graduates with a doctorate degree the most?
Are 60% of the new graduates and men are 40%. That's unbelievably tipped on the other side of where it was before. And then you mentioned structural problems, something interesting too.
Okay. Slow down there, Tex. By the way, the increase in enrollment in universities is not new. It's been this way really since the mid-90s. But the increase in enrollment in college, the increase in this is an enrollment side. In graduation, the increase started in the mid-70s, not just a few years ago. Here you go. Thank you very much for that, my friend. Here you go.
What is your major malfunction, numbnut?
Now, Miguel in the house. Okay, let's keep.
Because I think during the COVID-19 period, I think men were more likely to have to drop out of school to work to support their families than women were. So it like grew the divide even more.
You mean the guys who were actually enrolled to begin with?
But the school administrator emailed me and he's like, the idea that you could even broach that topic, breach that topic and have that conversation, like maybe we need like affirmative action for men in schools, or maybe we need to start looking at that. That's like an inconceivable conversation. You can never even begin to have it. So,
okay. That's a symptom of the disease. What's the greater disease? Let's drill down a little bit. You're almost there, man. Distill it down a little bit more. It's because we live in a gynocentric social order that silences, that disincentivizes, that like threatens cancellation for even talking about those things. It's not about Title IX for men. It's a society-wide disease.
So, yeah, we're definitely at an awkward point right now where there's a lot of important conversations that need to be had, but the mainstream and progressives won't have it. So then as a result, only people on the very far right will have it. And I'll agree with the left that like a lot of the conversations happening on the far right are really.
I'm not far right. Just putting that out there.
Dog shit, but they have nobody to blame but themselves because they're not willing to engage in the conversation. So what do you expect? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I always say that. That's a good question when it comes to like Jordan Peterson or Joe Rogan. People are like, these are horrible male role models. It's like, I kind of agree to some extent. What's your alternative?
Why?
You have nothing. You have nobody. You don't even want to talk to these people because you think that men are fine and they don't need any help for anything. And they've been.
What's funny is we probably agree on that, but we come like he's right, probably for the wrong reason.
The patriarchy and blah 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 blah. And it's like, damn, I remember learning about the patriarchy like 5 or 10 years ago. And back then, when we talked about the patriarchy, we talked about how the patriarchy was oppressive to men and to women. Why does it only seem to negatively affect women now? Right? Like I don't understand how.
Okay, first off, the patriarchy has been dead since 1968, 69, somewhere. It certainly started a slow death in 1965. To even have the conversation, or even to use the word smash the patriarchy, to even like be having, it's meaningless in 2022. It's meaningless in the 21st century period. To claim that some nebulous societal patriarchy is in some way stepping on the toes of poor little women and poor little guys who want to, pretend to be women is absolutely ludicrous today. That's why you want to talk about stats. It's one thing for me to present stats. It's one thing for me to have empirical evidence. It's another thing for people to make presumptions and not have any of their own.
It feels like all the old stuff we talked about doesn't matter anymore. And now it's just this hyper fixation on moving. I hate using words like woke, but like moving in that direction as much as possible. And then, yeah, it's not surprising.
Why do you hate using the term woke?
that you've got only far right figures or right leaning figures at least willing to talk to the disaffected male group.
That's a good way to frame it that I hadn't thought about before.
Well, goddamn. So let me see if I can. I'm not going to put words in anybody's mouth, but let me see if I track with this. Men would be doing better if the woke left progressivists were actually having a conversation, or would allow even a conversation to be had about men not being enrolled in college, men being disaffected, men being disenfranchised, men being actively disadvantaged in a gynocentric social order. We could solve all that if we could just bring liberals to the table. That's because right now, the reason why all these Manosphere guys are so frothing at the mouth and crazy is because it's those right-wing guys who are willing to have the conversation.
For the fact that by not bothering to engage with this, you open up the floor inevitably for only one side to dominate. I don't think that that's particularly good in any situation.
How about this? How about this, Chris? Now, I understand where you're going with this, but the thing is that the really super hyper, like red state Republican tradcon extremists, they're the ones who are willing to talk about this, right? What would be the balance? What would be the balance of that? What let's say, just hypothetically speaking here, if we could bring liberals to the table and progressive men or progressive women or whatever it is, the 68% of women who voted voted Democrat in the last election, if we could all just bring them to the table and say, okay, listen, I know it's hard to talk about, but we need to talk about men's issues right now without talking about everything else. We're just going to focus on men's issues. So by doing that and having that conversation, what are they going to say? Like, what? First of all, they'll never do that because it's not in their interest to have that. But do you think that liberal progressive guys, or women for that, the liberal woke progressivists on the leftist side of things, even if you could have that conversation, what would they suggest is the solution to the epidemic, the endemic of men dropping out of society, of their lack of participation in the workforce, which is what we talked about on Rule Zero with Aaron Clary? What would they say? What would be their solutions? What do you think what would they have to say, for instance, about male suicide? Men kill themselves between 3.5 to 5 times as often as women do, depending on whose numbers you're looking at. Women initiate divorce 70 to 80% of the time. What do you think they would say the solution is to that? What do you think? You bring them to the table. Seriously, hypothetically, they say, okay, you know what? Okay, even Stephen, we'll all sit here and talk about this stuff. And they would probably go, yeah, well, looks like the stats are there. Looks like things. What would their solution be? Would it be a Title IX program for men? You know what they would say? It's because of your toxic masculinity. That's what they fucking say. Because I've had those conversations before. I've talked to those people before. It's men's fault that they're killing themselves at 3.5 to 5 times the rate as women, because if they were more like women, if they were more perfected human beings, because you're not a human unless you're female, because boys will be boys. No, boys will be good humans, right? Because of that, because you have this toxic masculinity, that's of course the result of social conditioning and social constructionism. If feminism and gynocentrism would work so much better, and men would be happier, and then feminism would work for them if they would just stop being toxic. That's where they would go with it. I already know what the conversation is going to be. That's what would happen. It's not because there's no conversation happening. It's because even if the conversation happens, the solution is bullshit from the woke side, and it's bullshit from the based side, right? For lack of a better term, the tradcon side. Because you know what the solution is from the tradcon side? More responsibility without authority. What is it from the woke side? Well, if you were just more like us, if you just were less toxic, if you could just be more in touch with your emotions, if you could just be, cooperate, if you could just learn like a little girl, Johnny, then you'd be a more perfected human being, and you wouldn't be killing yourself, because suicide, of course, is the result of toxic masculinity, and it's because you've been taught not to cry and reach out for help like a woman. That's what their solution would be. That's the conversation you would have. It's not that no conversation is happening. It's because the ultimate solution on either side is horseshit. That's why.
situation.
Correct.
You should have multiple inputs, but if you don't, then you're going to have it completely besieged by one. So on the point of the dropout of men, this is from my newsletter from last week. In the span of just a few decades, girls and women have not only caught up with boys and men in the classroom, they have blown right past them. Half a century ago, the landmark Title IX law was passed to promote gender equality in higher education. At the time, there was a gap of 13 percentage points in the proportion of bachelor's degrees going to men compared with women.
It wasn't about equality. Feminism has never been about equality. It will never, ever be about equality. Feminism and Title IX and all the manifestations of that, all of the legislation, all of the social changes that have taken place as a result of feminism were not about equality. They were about two things: restitution and retribution. That's what fucking feminism is about.
Women. Today, the gender gap is a little wider, 15 percentage points as of 2019, but the other way round. For every 3 female college students, there are only about 2 men. The trend worsened during the pandemic. College enrollment as a whole declined in 2020, but that decline was 7 times greater for male than for female students. Fucking wild.
Not wild if you follow the trend. Not wild if you go all the way back to 1965, 68. And that's where you ever seen the movie Inception? Remember I was talking about that? I think I was talking about that last week, right? The Inception. We got to dig down all the way down to the bottom of the Inception. Where's the inception point of this idea? 1965. Pretty much. What happened then? Hormonal birth control and the sexual revolution and all the social fallout that happened after that, which I'm going to get into in the 1971 show. Because there's a lot more going on than just that. That's where it happened. Why is this? It's funny. It's amazing. It's so nice to see this happen. Like fresh eyes on old data.
In some ways, that's awesome. Like we got more women in school. We got them educated. That's so cool. It wasn't like a lot of people were like biologically, like women are stupid. They can't do blah, blah, blah. And there was a lot of research on it. It's like, no, that's not true. Women are actually in some ways better at school than men because of the temperament differences between men and women and who's able to sit in a classroom and focus, whatever, which is.
Imagine that. If you put enough women as teachers, 77% of teachers from preschool all the way to post-grad school right now, and you remove all the men out of the schools, amazing how women can learn great. Amazing how that works. I'm going to show you some stats here in a little while and show you for instance, what was Rob Henderson had some. I'll dig that up real quick while he's going. But yeah, wow, that seems like a great little info bite right there. What's happened since, I don't know, Title IX? What's happened since the mid 70s? Because there ain't no men teaching anymore, unless you're a math teacher or you're a coach of some sort.
Cool, but we have to be able to maintain like focus. Like the focus wasn't on making women dominate men. It was making sure that we had some parity in society, that we were able to kind of like.
No, it wasn't.
That both sides had the opportunity to explore, expand, and succeed in school as much as possible. And if it feels like one group is being left behind, even if that group is somebody that previously was like a major power holder, we should be able to have the conversation like, okay, well, what can we do to like bring men back into the classroom? But man, even just saying those words, it's like, I can already imagine like people freaking out. Like, what do you mean men make up 85% of CEOs and men are out earning women still, 92% to 100%, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, fuck, I guess, if we're going to.
Once again, would you like me to dig into the apex fallacy? Because that's exactly what you those crazy red pill guys. I wonder if they've got anything to say about this. Actually, yes. Hold on one second. I got to bring him out for a minute. Wait, we have to look at something here because I'm all about the stats, as you know. Let me share my screen one more time. There we go. Back to the bookmarks once again. Here we go. Children. Okay, let's see. Can you see that? Yeah, you can. All right, here we go. That's not what I wanted to show you. This is actually what I want to show you. Look at this. Attractive female students no longer earned higher grades when classes moved online during COVID-19. Wow, like we got to look at this. Holy mackerel. Attractive female students no longer earned higher grades when... Stop it. Go away. Attractive female students no longer earned higher grades when classes moved online during COVID-19. New psychology findings suggest that attractive students, Who would those be? Well, as we know, it wasn't guys because they just quoted the stats of who dropped out of college during COVID-19. But for female students, this beauty premium disappeared when classes are taught remotely. The findings were published by the Journal of Economic Letters. The body of research suggests that physical appearance has an impact on a person's success. Wow. Okay. For example, attractive people tend to earn more money and report higher life satisfaction than less attractive people. Interestingly, scholars have yet to agree on the explanation behind it's a Scooby-Doo mystery by this beauty premium. One account suggests that beauty advantage can be explained by discrimination. For example, employers may inherently favor attractive over unattractive workers, unless, of course, your boss is female and doesn't want a hot piece of ass walking around distracting all the guys in the office. Another perspective suggests that beauty is a productivity-enhancing attribute. This view suggests that attractiveness leads itself to higher productivity, for example, through increased self-confidence. I'm interested in discrimination generally, said Adrian Mahik, a grad student at Lund University and the author of the new study in economics research. Lots of attention is given to discrimination based on gender and or race. While these are important issues, there's not as much research on beauty-based discrimination. I wonder why that would be. Well, let's go back again, shall we? Can I get back? Oh, wait. Oh, no. Hold on 1 second. Is that me? That's me. All right. So that was from, I was reading that. Sorry. Did you guys get that? Yeah. I was reading that from the actual study itself. Okay. So let's continue though. Can we keep going? Let's keep going. Oh, look, Lauren Southern. Let's see. No, that's not it. That wasn't it. There's another one here I wanted you guys to see. And it was Rob Henderson, I believe. Here we go. Rob Henderson, my good friend. Okay, last but not least, the most common high school grade for girls is now an A. Wow. And the most common, and it is a B is a B. Girls now, for boys, it's a B. Girls now account for 2/3 of high schoolers in the top 10% ranked by GPA, while the proportions are reversed on the bottom rung. Does that sound like maybe, wow, hey, girls just learn better. They just are smarter than guys because guys take longer to mature. Or perhaps it's because boys are taught like they're defective girls. Maybe that's it. Maybe those Manosphere guys haven't really thought of that just yet.
Oh, we're going to go to the extremes, and then that's where you're going to draw your data from. Then I guess we just can't further the conversation at all, you know?
There's an argument to be made that it's all well and good talking about how many CEOs are men, but this doesn't really help the group of poverty-stricken, drug-addled, incarcerated, suicidal men at the bottom. You get...
Okay, Chris, shut up. Shut up just for 1 second, please. Here's the deal. That's the apex fallacy. Those crazy Manosphere guys, we've been talking about this for a long time. What is the apex fallacy? The apex fallacy, you see this on display on Fresh and Fit all the time. Women will say, oh, well, men are the CEOs. They're the 85% of the top, of the Fortune 500. What it is at the top of that pyramid is usually a guy. It's usually a man at the top of that pyramid. And as a matter of fact, the 10 richest women in the world are the 10 richest women in the world as a result of what, children? Divorce or inheritance. Not because they're self-made billionaires, but because either dad died or husband died. Or they got it through divorce like Mackenzie Bezos. Okay, well, we've got that stat already. So how come I can't say, well, look at these women. These are the apex women. They make all these decisions and have lots of money. Okay, well, if you're looking at the apex fallacy, what that means is that the tip top of that pyramid sets the metric for the rest for all men. For all men, yes. So the two guys that are at the top of that pyramid, and then the pyramid consists mostly of women, and then at the very bottom of the pyramid, it's nothing but dudes. That's the apex fallacy. And that's why you guys should not be having this conversation. That's why.
Men at both ends of the scale. I also agree. I've come to believe that women do better than females do better than males in school. Like just categorically, they do better than males in school. And
why do you fucking suppose that is? Why would that be? Because I thought we were all supposed to be equals. I thought we were all. It's all social conditioning, right? Social constructionism. Why would that be? That's where you stop the hey man, I think just women are just smarter and better. Well, we need to let women have a chance of being like, professionals, and let women have a chance of being politicians now because they seem to do a better job. No, they don't. Statistically speaking, they don't. Especially, like, I love this. There was a narrative that was going around, and I don't have the stats for it right now, but I know I have them somewhere, where they were trying. Actually, it's probably in my bookmarks. They're trying to point out that the countries that were run by feminist governments, such as not Sweden, Scandinavian countries, Finland, for example. I think Finland was one of them. Sweden, I think Norway might have been one. But anyways, the countries that were run by women were supposed to have lower incidents of COVID-19. Turns out that was bullshit. But we wanted to believe it. We wanted to think that they did a better job. We wanted to, hey, they would just turn the reins over to the little ladies. It's the same mentality here. Well, seems to me like they just learn better. Yeah, probably because the gynocentric social order has turned the institutions of education into institutions by female teachers for female students. Wow. I wonder what would happen if we said, you know what, we're going to have a sex exclusive school. It's just going to be women, and it's just going to be men. It's just going to be the male side of things. It's just going to be the female side. Oh, thanks for that. I'll put that up in a second there, Sam. And we're going to take those and we're going to say, who's going to do better academically? We're just going to have male teachers teach boys, and we're going to have female teachers teach girls. Wonder what would happen if that were the case. Perhaps, call me crazy. Perhaps the fact that boys don't want to have anything to do with going to higher learning. Perhaps the idea is that their inability is not an inability. It's just that female teachers teach in a specific way that benefits women, that benefits young girls and women. Perhaps that's it. Like, how is that not like a thought in your head? And I'll tell you why. Because the same shit that you were talking about just a minute ago about, well, we can't even have these conversations. You know why you can't have that conversation? It's because the thought and the concept doesn't even enter into your brain to think perhaps it's because female teachers are predominantly 77% of your teachers from preschool all the way to post-grad. You don't know that because you don't look at the fucking stats. That's why. But you'll pull it out of your ass and say, oh, well, it seems to me that women are better than men.
The only reason that we didn't see this is because females had the brakes put on them. And now that we've released the brakes, I don't think that it's possible. Now, you could say, well, there should be different types of learning. There should be different types of schooling, maybe even gendered schooling that actually helps boys to get more playtime, be outside more. Certainly more male school teachers. Here's a stat that I learned. There are 4 times as many female fighter pilots in the US Air Force as there are male kindergarten teachers in the USA. 2% of kindergarten teachers in the USA are male, and 7% of fighter pilots in the US Air Force are female. Now, both of those may be underrepresented. Maybe should be more female fighter pilots. But to say that it's 98...
Wait, hold on. There really only 2% of teachers are male? Is that true?
Kindergarten teachers, yes.
Oh, kindergarten. Okay. Jeez, that's crazy. I went to, this is weird, but I grew up very Catholic. I went to a Jesuit high school, so the majority of my teachers were male. But that was high school too. But damn, that's a crazy stat. Yeah. If
Wild.
2% of, yeah.
And if you have a boy and a girl that goes into the head teacher's office for the same offense, indiscretion, whatever you want to say, the boy is 2 to 4 times as likely to be expelled as the girl.
Like the prison system kind of, right? Men are more likely to receive, given the same background or whatever, are more likely to get harsher punishments from judges than women typically are. But, no.
Digging into the Manosphere a little bit more, do you think that the red pill movement is a net good for the world?
Hold on. Let's stop really quick there because you need to see this stat right here. Hold on one quick second. And by the way, I'm almost done. Just hold your horses. Let's see where to go. Share my screen. And where's that? There we go. All righty then. Guys seen this one before? Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. I've shown it on a few occasions. Where are all the male teachers? Well, let's see. Okay, 25%. Oh, I'm sorry. The 77%. This is since then. Okay. I believe this is 2016. When was this? Oh, this is even, actually, I shouldn't say this. This is actually all the way back in like 2007 is some of these stats. This has increased a manifold since then. So with the lack of male teachers, this was as far back as 2007, I think is the most recent. I'm looking at Bureau of Labor statistics here. Okay, 25%. Men accounted for less than 25% of all teachers in the United States in public schools, period. This was as far back as 2007. So as the other stats I had was like 20, that was up to like 27 or 20. I think it was like 73% or 72, 73, 77. Sorry. 77% of your teachers in public schools right now are going to be female. Canada, only 17% of elementary teachers in Canada are male. UK, 25%. Okay. I love infographics like this from busyteacher.com. Okay. So, by the way, pupils try harder for male teachers. I wonder, perhaps, call me crazy. Call that Rollo Tomasi Manosphere guy a net benefit, right? Call him crazy. Why on earth would pupils try harder for male teachers? Maybe male students would be doing better had they had male teachers, right? It must be because of that patriarchy. It must be because of that toxic masculinity that they don't do that, right? According to official studies, people, and they're down there, the sources are cited right down here. Okay. According to an official study, pupils make more effort to please male teachers, display greater self-esteem, and are more likely to believe they are being treated fairly, and probably rightly so. Many parents believe male teachers serve as a good role models for boys, particularly those without fathers in the home, which of course accounts for quite a few boys these days. Teaching remains a female-dominated profession. This is especially true for younger children. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, only 2%, and this is where we got that, 2% of pre-K kindergarten teachers and 18% of this is a bit worse, 18% of elementary and middle school teachers are men. Remember when we say, oh, well, how come these teachers are sleeping with their 14-year-old students? Perhaps because let's see, 18% of those are, well, more than that. Let's see, 82% of them are female. Maybe that skews the differential. Why is this happening? Low status. And here we go. Low status. Men turn their backs on teaching because the profession has lost prestige. Yeah, okay. Low salary. That's probably the main thing. Low salaries are also holding men back from entering the profession. That, and then, of course, fear of accusation. Some men fear accepting a job in elementary school is an invitation to accusations of abuse. Yeah, abuse. You got to love the euphemisms here. Now, the reason why, so imagine this. You say, I really feel passionate and a calling to become a teacher. Should I do it? Well, I'm a guy. So it's not exactly the most prestigious job in the world. I'm not going to have a Lamborghini, and my Instagram's probably not going to look all that good. Well, okay. What's the salary like? Let's see. Your starting salary is what? 40,000, 46,000? And okay, 46,000. How long do I have to go to school? Maybe it's 50. Okay, let's top in $60,000, right? Because you're a math teacher. Right? I don't know what it is. I have no idea, but I do know that's hella low. Okay. So you go, well, I don't really get a lot of money for this, but you know what? I really feel like I'm really called to it. But what's the last thing? Oh, fear of accusation. Well, I could spend 8 years of my life to become a teacher for low salary, for no bitches, because it's low status, And the possibility exists that for all that sacrifice of 8 years, maybe 10, depending on what you're teaching, all that sacrifice that I have to do, and on student loans and everything else that I have to do so I can get this job in the first place, could all go poof if there's one sort of any kind of accusation or any kind of, if I say the wrong thing in the break room or the PTA meeting, if I say the wrong thing and people take it the wrong way, or perhaps I'm just too much of a man, then, or perhaps I mouth off and say, you know what, pupils try harder for male teachers. That's probably all you would have to say in the break room. And then you would be canceled and you would never be able to work in that town again. Fear of accusations for whatever. It doesn't have to even be sexual abuse. It could be anything, right? Oh, misogyny. Get rid of them. So now you've spent 8 years and God knows how much in your student loans for a low status job, for a low salary job that can be erased. All that investment can be erased in a moment. That's why there aren't no teachers there. That's why your boys are being taught like they're defective girls. That's, if you want to talk, it was never about equality. It was always about retribution and restitution. And by the way, social engineering. That's what it was about. And it will remain about that until we have some kind of reform.
I don't really know. It's hard to say. Like, if I get my hands on some of these guys and we start talking, their messages are usually pretty good. But then when I'm not there and I listen to them talk, I kind of wonder sometimes. It's hard because like sometimes I feel like when somebody's there to hold them a little bit more accountable, and I'll say the same for me too. Like this is why I learned this. A random side story. There's a horrible geeky game. Have you ever heard of a game called EVE Online?
Yeah, it's the one where you make massive
Spaceship,
starships and drive around and stuff.
I learned a lot about like leadership structures and managing people, or whatever, through that game, which is really funny. But something that I learned
from video games. Sound like a real entrepreneur.
Was that anytime there was an argument for a particular idea, it is essential to have a person on each side of that argument, because you always need to be holding yourself accountable. And if you've got everybody on one side, you can run off in a way where you've got a lot of blind spots. You just start to miss everything where like, oh, well, we should have thought of this. We should have that. So anytime, even if I, like as a leader of my little game corporation, even if I felt strongly like we should do this thing, I would always make sure that there was another guy pointed to like tell me.
So your let's see, your philosophy on human resource management was derived from running raids in EVE, running raids in World of Warcraft. Really?
Like this is why we shouldn't do it. And even if I decided to, at least I knew like, well, these are the drawbacks to why we shouldn't do this particular thing. I feel like with a lot of online political talk, with a lot of the Manosphere guys, or with me, it's good to have two voices there, or like a moderating voice. You don't have to agree with everything I say, but I don't know how much you listen to some of these conversations. So like when we start getting into like terms or vernacular, like the cock carousel or the 1,000-yard or the 1,000-cock stare, or like weird shit like this.
What's the 1,000-cock carousel?
For women that have too much sex, or like the cock carousel is women will fuck throughout their 20s and then they settle down with some poor schmuck in their 30s after they fucked their way through 50 million people.
And statistically, that's backed up, dipshit.
Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Like when you start to get this area, it's like, I feel like you need somebody to ground you out a little bit more, because the conversations start to get insanely one-sided. And you're... Okay. Why? Statistically speaking, that the epiphany phase is actually a thing. Do you, like, you're plugged into TikTok. Clearly, hell, just look at half of the videos I just showed in the very beginning of today's show. Oh, the cock carousel. Oh, hell, I can quote Sheryl Sandberg, who backs that up. Your, empowered alpha female backs up exactly the thing that you're laughing at right now. Not accurately representing like what's truly going on in a lot of these interactions. So
what's truly going on?
Yeah, so it's hard to say. Like when I'm talking to a lot of the red pill guys, if I get on their shows and I talk, their messages are, in my opinion, usually resoundingly positive. They're talking about things like self-improvement. They're talking about things like wealth and girls should be a byproduct of the improvements that you make in your life. They're not the goal. It's just something that will occur if you make yourself successful. It's usually overwhelmingly positive messages that usually tie into what I would consider to be the positive aspects of masculinity.
Okay. So let's stop right there, because I do understand. I agree. Wow, I agree with something here. I understand. Gotcha. The problem is guys who are uninitiated to the manosphere, when they hear that, they get into it, and they, especially the guys who had nothing to do with the sphere prior, and their channels changed their format. They changed their narrative because they thought exactly the same thing. They believe, oh, well, this is about, it's not the manosphere. It's the male self-improvement sphere. That's what it turned into. But then they get brigaded in the chat by guys going, well, you're a cuck. You are. And literally he is a cuck. And when they come on there and they explain that to them, or they go on there and they say, the epiphany phase, or they talk about how women, I've said this a million times, the hoe phase, 18 to 28. And women want to get right with God, and then they want to get married right at 28 and stick the landing. Hell, I didn't even make that up. That's Dalrock that made that up. Stick the landing. Or maybe it was Deddy. I can't remember. But that's been around for a while, man. And you know what? It's backed up by 20 plus years of conversations and sussing all this shit out. When I started doing this, you were what, 12? 10? Perhaps? Maybe? I don't know, how old is this guy anyways? I mean, I don't even know how old Destiny is. Whatever his age is, minus that 20 years. That's how long I've been doing this, and that's how old he was when this started. That's how old those concepts are. But hey, we heard some really good positive messages about guys manning up and taking responsibility again, but we never talk about authority. Because to do that, you would have to actually bring the woke to the table and say, hey, you know what, guys? We need men to have more authority so that they can affect this responsibility shit. And they're like,
but it feels like sometimes if I'm not there, or if I'm listening in the background and there's other stuff going on, it starts to get like very toxic, like very quickly.
What do you mean by toxic?
Like the idea that like,
John, I talked about this earlier, but yeah. Why is it? And God, I should probably have John on for this one too. Hey, look, it's John from Modern Life Dating. All right, we're still on good terms. I love him like a brother still to this day, and you are 100% right, dude. Bang the dude. Case closed. Yeah. What is it? Yeah, you lay a million bricks and you're a bricklayer, and you build a million bridges and you're a bridge maker, but you suck one dick. Yeah. Yeah, I loved hearing how he was trying to justify that. Hey, you know what, man? Try it. You might like it, dude. Explain to me this. Maybe John. Maybe in the chat you can explain this. Why is it that we take this guy more seriously than Jack Murphy? How come Jack Murphy's beard is like the international symbol of cuckoldry, and we're not putting one on him on thumbnails now? Why, at what point did this guy get legitimized in any degree beyond? I mean, why wouldn't we have Jack Murphy on?
Women are like different types of women are there to be churned and burned, that women are like kind of like very subservient to men and very like inferior in a lot of different ways, that that the value of women is tied in almost completely to like the amount of sex they can give you or how they look, and that like women that pursue things like going to college or like furthering themselves are like masculinizing themselves in a really negative way. Yeah, I think these kinds of.
Okay, so it's not Manosphere red pill guys that are doing that. It's actually the women themselves. Red pill guys just point it out. That's all we do. We just work here, man. If you're going to conflate that with hatred or misogyny or the negative aspects of the Manosphere, I don't know what else to tell you, because it's like women tell on themselves. And because a guy actually says, hey, a woman is telling on herself, now I'm a misogynist. Now I'm a son of a bitch. Because it's not guys that are doing it, it's women that are doing this. Women will be the first ones to tell you that. Hell, even what was it? Patrice O'Neill, you know? What would you do if you had no pussy, right? What would your value be to a guy if your pussy dried up, or you couldn't have sex? What happens in the audience, of course, the joke is this. Oh, I'd use my mouth. I give him my ass, right? And then what does Patrice O'Neill say? Well, congratulations, ladies. You've just reduced yourself to a series of holes. It wasn't Patrice who was the misogynist in that situation or in that joke. And you know why he kept using it? Because it was so consistently funny and so consistently reliable that he kept doing that joke in his bit, in his stand-up routine all the time. And that was back in the mid 2000s, early 2000s. So the women have been telling on themselves for quite some time. It's not Manosphere guys who are like trying to like cast women in these horrible roles. It's that they do it themselves. The Manosphere, even the guys who got no business doing it, they just say, "Hey, are you seeing this? Because I'm seeing this." That's what they're saying. So when we talk about like, women tend to want to stick the landing at 30 years old, we talk about the hoe phase. I didn't make up the word hoe phase. I tried to be polite. I called it the party years in my second book, which was 2015. Thank you very much. I called it the party phase. And then people start, black women, actually, black manosphere, start calling it the hoe phase. Not Rollo Tomasi. I just pointed it out. I just work here, man. It ain't me. Go on Twitter. And what's funny is everything, I've noticed this, everything that you want to call negative about the manosphere, you can find on Twitter by not manospherian guys or red pill guys, but by women themselves. All guys do that. Hell, 90% of the guys who slide into my DMs on Instagram with a new video, you know where it comes from? It's not from a red pill content producer. It's from some chick on TikTok telling on herself. It's from some girl that's saying, yeah, the girl's on the freaking Chicks show that I just showed you earlier in the intro video here. That's not me. That's not a red pill show. But they're the ones showing it right now. How come you don't give them shit? Go on to Barstool Sports and talk to those bitches on Chicks. Tell them they're misogynist. Tell them they're misandrist, whatever it is. How come you don't go after them? They're saying the same fucking thing that you give the manosphere shit for. They're just on Dave Portnoy's channel, right? They're just on Chicks, on Barstool Sports. That's okay, but I'm not okay. Myron and Fresh are not okay. Kevin Samuels is not okay. Name the dude. Name the dude in the sphere. They say exactly the same fucking thing. But it's okay if it comes out of a woman's mouth and not a guy's mouth.
Ideas get just the view of women in general. If it feels, and I understand to some extent, sex is kind of like a competition in a way, but when you start to view all of life that way, kind of like what you said in the beginning, where it's like men versus women, I think that you should probably view women as like your partners through life and not like these adversaries that you're trying to trick into fucking you constantly. It'll probably give you
Okay, so nobody's trying to trick anyone into fucking them, period. However, can women be tricked? Yes, that's the whole point, right? That's the coercion part, right? Oh, that's bad. Yeah, but they can be. They can be. That's what the horrible truth is, that it works more often than it doesn't for guys who know how to do it, and guys who are good looking, and guys who are paid, and guys everything. That's the horrible reality that most guys like this don't want to accept. It works. We wouldn't be talking about game today if it didn't work. If it didn't have some merit to it, we wouldn't still be villainizing PUAs. Oh, those PUAs, who they of course think look like, in 2022, they still think like Mystery is still wearing a top hat and black nail polish and a feather boa. No, dude. But again, the long and the short of it is that there's this idea that, oh, that's what these guys are being taught. No, what we're not cherry picking certain aspects of TikTok. You can go on Instagram, TikTok, hell, even YouTube Shorts and find the same kind of material.
better outlook, I think.
Dude, you've nailed it. It's the adversarial relationship, I think, and this is zero-sum game.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Men and women are different. Got it? We're not equals. We're complements to each other for sure, but we're not equals. And our mating strategies are inherently, innately, evolutionarily adversarial to the other. For men, it is in our best interests to spread the seed. We are R-selected, per se. Women are K-selected. They have a higher investment cost when it comes to reproduction. It is inherently adversarial, whether you like it or not. Don't wish it were easier. Wish you were fucking better. There's two choices that most people make. They either want to learn to, well, three really, but two choices is they either learn the system and they learn the game so well that they can master the game and be the best player of that game that they can. Then there's a people who will never master it, through whether they're lazy or they just don't lack the skills, they don't have the prowess, or they don't have the natural ability to do so. And so instead they try to change the nature of the game. Even if sometimes that just means like changing everybody's mind about the nature of the game. Lower the baskets in the WNBA and girls can finally dunk. Well, you've just changed the nature of the game. They can't actually play to that level, so we gotta handicap them. Is it still basketball? No. Yes and no. I don't know. They can't compete at the same level. So what you've done is you have changed the nature of the game to fit the skill set of the player. That's what you're talking about. It is innately adversarial, and it will always be innately adversarial. And your grandfather and great-grandfather and great-great-grandfather already knew that it was adversarial, and your great-grandmothers did too. So you can cry and bitch and moan about it. And the third choice, of course, is just sedate yourself and don't do anything, right? Live in your escape, live in your Eve online, live in your escape until reality and, intrudes on your brain. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm sorry. Men and women are different. We have different mating strategies, and those mating strategies are innately adversarial. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. That's a feature of human. That's why we're the apex species on planet Earth, because of that. I explained this to my wife one time. Like she was talking about this, and I said, you know what? Here's how I like an allegory. And I know it's dangerous to use allegories, but the wolf makes the deer a better deer. Okay, so the wolf, by his own nature, makes the deer more wary, faster, a little more reactive. Like the deer is encouraged or is developed or is conditioned to be a better deer because of the threat, because of the adversarial nature of the wolf, and the deer is a better deer. Now, likewise, the wolf is a better wolf because the deer also is very wary and has upped its game. And so the wolf has to up its game too. As a result, both the wolf and the deer are made better as a result of that adversarial nature between the two of them. Okay, so the deer makes the wolf a better wolf, and the wolf makes the deer a better deer. And I know that sounds really Zen and Confucius say, right? But that's really, there's nothing wrong with the adversarial nature of men and women. We want the best of the best. Why wouldn't we? That's what's like spawns survivability, an adaptation. Be better, get better, do better. We're okay with telling guys that. But when we talk about it the other way around, hey, maybe guys figured something out. Maybe we've got a work around. Maybe we're better guys because it sounds better, and that's what we want to align ourselves with, and we take responsibility. We're okay with that. But if the deer makes the wolf a better wolf, and that wolf figures something out in that adversarial nature, we call the guy a piece of shit. But the deer, the female, she's okay because she's a deer, and that's just the nature of the deer. See, that's what I'm getting at.
The presumption seems to be, if a man sleeps with you, it is your loss and his gain. Mm-hmm. I mean, let's just use that as a starting point. That doesn't seem to me. I've met about 1 million people in my life, and about half of them were women, right, on the front door of nightclubs working. So I've seen people at their most unencumbered between the hours of 10 p.m. and 3 in the morning. For the most part, they get on absolutely fine. I don't think that they're trying to fuck each other over. My experience of human nature is that almost everybody is pretty kind and gentle. And yeah, there's some assholes out there, but for the most part, everybody's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. In the world you've lived in, I'm sure that's the consensus. I would say the vast majority of guys probably would not agree with that. Do you think that? Oh, the vast majority of people are very sweet. Says the guy who was on Naked and Alone, or what was the show he was on? Paradise Island. Yeah, no, man. And then on top of that, here's the thing, and this is what both of them do. And I guess I got to be done with this because it's getting late. Here's the deal: is what happens is when you think about those things, like both of these guys think in binary extremes. Destiny thinks in binary streams, and Chris Williamson had, I can go dig up the video if you want. Chris Williamson has said was kind of on the fence or sketchy about having me on his show because he was worried that I sounded like gleeful in, I don't know, giving out information, right? Explaining why the hoe phase is one thing and the party years are another. I don't know. But he also said, I don't want to risk losing half of my audience by having Rollo Tomasi on it. That was his concern. Do you think he would lose like all the women on his audience if I went on there? No, he'd get his ass handed to him is what would happen. Maybe that would cause it. But I don't even think that. I mean, you want to talk about having, we would have a conversation, get all these guys together. On the left and the right. Well, okay, except for if that guy happens to be Rollo, but whatever. But my point is this, is that his go-to rationale is, people tend to be more equal and sweet and blah, 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 nice. But you just got done talking about how extreme the right wing is with the Manosphere. You just got done talking about how they just characterize women. They're villains and they're adversarial and everything. It doesn't have to be that extreme. You're like it or not. Men and women our mating strategies are adversarial. You can cast that as well. Men are just trying to trick women. You could say that, but you're adopting a very extreme position, a binary position. But yet then you're going to default to, well, most people you meet them, they're nice and they're intelligent and they're sweet. As long as they agree with you, as long as they're on board with it, we're not really adversarial. Well, I'm sure you probably encountered that looking the way you are and the experiences you've had in your life. I wonder if Destiny would agree with that were he not married to the chick that he's with. Do you think that Destiny's wife would be, I can call her wife, his partner would be with him? Were he not like Destiny? We're not making like low key, internet celebrity. Hell, would my wife be with me if I wasn't who I was? Right? That's I can ball point at me too. You want me to point at me? I'll be happy to. Yep. Probably not. I love that. Ask and you shall receive. Thank you very much. Like I said, now finally the cuck beard has finally been applied. Thank you very much. That Destiny Murphy. Brilliant. Actually, you know what? You get one of these for that. Thank you, Destiny Murphy. All right, that's enough. Thank you, guys. I will be in Los Angeles, Hollywood, California, starting tomorrow. I'll be there till Tuesday. I am indeed going to go do the Dr. Phil show, probably against my better judgment. But I think it's a job that needs to get done. And who else is going to do it? Who do you trust? Who else would you trust to do Dr. Phil except for me? Who? I'm open. Tell me the name. What? Wait a minute. Sorry, had to put that up there. All right, guys. Let me see. What else do we have going on today? Okay.
I do not want to believe that.
I don't want to believe that either. Anyways, I will be in, like I said, Hollywood. Don't ask me to come hang out with you because I have got to do my homework between now and tomorrow and then into the morning hours of Tuesday. I promise you, I solemnly, Scout's honor, promise you that I will do my damnedest best job I can possibly do with Dr. Phil. Promise you. Oh, and by the way, look for the hit piece video that is inevitably going to come after this. By the way, I played my hand close to my chest when I went on PBD and exactly the same shit happened. Don't worry. You can put out all the hit pieces you want. I'm already confirmed. It's already going to happen. So it's going to happen. All right. So let me know what you think. If you want to hit me up on Instagram or on Twitter and say, hey, man, here, if you want to give me some pointers, I'm all ears. Like I said, this is a collaborative effort, particularly this stuff right now, too. I think I'm going to be okay. I think I'm going to do good on this. Who else is going to do it? Right. I will be on my game. Am I going to attack him? No. Am I going to attack the people on there? No, but I will probably ruffle some feathers just simply by being there and simply by explaining certain dynamics. I just work here, man. So anyways, that's one thing. And I'm happy to say, and I will let you know, I promise I will let you know when the show airs. It is being shot on Tuesday. They told me anywhere between 2 and 3 weeks. So it might not be out until after Christmas. So I will let you know when it's going to come down. I'll make a more official announcement of it on Instagram by tomorrow for sure. I'll be back in Hollywood again. And I've been in Hollywood for a while. I remember I grew up in Hollywood, actually. Well, grew up in Pasadena, but like when I got to be an adult, once I got past 18, I spent a lot of time in Hollywood. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's not the same place anymore. It's too much traffic. People ask me that. You think you'd ever go back to Southern California? No. I would like to, but probably not. Probably never going to happen. All right. So that's what's going to go on very soon. And then, by the way, even greater news, I will be on with Miguel from Dollar Cost Crypto. We'll be at Sticky Paws once again. I'll be in Vegas as of Tuesday afternoon. Like, I think I'll be in by 5 Pacific time. So I'm planning on doing a show with Miguel. Aaron Clary will also be in Las Vegas at that time too. I believe he's coming in either the 16th or the 17th, but I will drive him wherever he needs to go and bend over backwards because he always thinks I blow him out and I'm not. So we're going to have him on the show. I'm going to do my damnedest to get Miguel and myself and Aaron on a show. And then Friday, Access Vegas for, at the very least, 4 beautiful women. I'll do my best not to get the Bratz doll lips if I can at all help. It's hard. It's hard to find girls who don't have Bratz doll lips. But we'll see what we can do. And I'm going to have we're going to have a real topical discussion on this one. I'm also very aware of what's going on with Andrew Tate and Islam and everything else. That's hard to. Does it sound like a pivot? Yeah. Is it a rebrand? Most definitely. I don't know what's going on with. Yes, it will be a late show. Sorry, I say that. Yeah, it's going to be a late show. And you were late on his show. Whose show? I was late on whose show? Whose show? Tommy Sotomayor? Whose show are you talking about? YL? I don't know. Sorry, maybe I didn't pick up the shit before. Anyways, hit the like button, please. Thank you, Sammy. So that's my show for today. Thank you guys for watching. We're working on new music. However, I will be again, Access Vegas is 10 p.m. Pacific time as of now. If it changes, I'm kind of leaning to say maybe we'll go at 8. I don't know. Just so people on the East Coast can have a decent chance to actually see what we're doing. But we're doing that again. I will definitely watch my timeline on or my stories on Instagram, because I'll probably be tweeting from the road or doing reels and stuff from the road. What did you say? Patreon meeting. Oh, the Patreon meeting. Patreon meeting is still going to be on Wednesday, guys. So if you are in my Patreon group, we're still going to do it. I'm going to have to do it. Sorry, guys. I got to do it from my hotel room in Vegas. So, but it will still be at the same time. So 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern time. If you are in my Patreon group for our monthly talk, it's still going to be this coming Wednesday, which will be the 16th. So don't fret. If you're in my Patreon group, and if you're not in my Patreon group already, why aren't you? I limited it to 25. We're at 15 right now. So I got 10 slots still open. If you want to be in a sort of a group chat where if you can ask me questions directly, or if you have you want some sort of counseling, I'm there to help you out. I keep I keep it to $200 a month. So it's like everybody kind of shares the cost, and it's good for me. It's 2 hours. It's good for you. 2 hours. I do it once a month. It's part of my, it's my top tier in my Patreon, which you can find all the information to in the description. Hit that little thing that says show more, that little thing that says show more, click on that and you can get the link to everything, but to Patreon, and you can join that group. Okay. Sound good? Oh, yes. Me trolling once again. Yeah. Hustling. Every day I'm hustling, man. Yes. All I do is sell books, brother. What else you got? Tim Pool suggested to a female guest about reallocating some resources from women to men. Good luck. This guest was great till the point she was, I don't want to take anything away from the girls. Of course not. And that's, by the way, that's exactly what I expect to happen when we're talking. Everybody wants to balance everything out, right? It's all equal and opposite reaction. We need to talk about boys, but don't forget, girls are very important too. Well, yeah, okay. Well, what are we talking about? Don't worry. I'm going to make that point when I get there. All right, gentlemen and ladies. Got a lot. Wow, Sorlita's still in all the way to the end. Thank you, guys. I will see you guys soon. Watch my Instagram. You're going to want to see. You're definitely going to want to watch it this week. So, all right, guys. Thank you very much. And I will see you all later. Oops, this one. Preceding podcast has been a production of The Rational Male. Registered trademark 2022. All rights reserved. Don't steal my stuff.
To give a woman vote is like to let a monkey fly a plane. Very dangerous.
Bye, Felicia.